Welcome, everybody. It is Wednesday, November 16th. It's RambleCast time. Sitting in the room with me, we have a Corbin Davenport.
Hello.
And for this episode, we also have special guest Elon Musk. He's not going to wave. Sorry, we did have to go with just a still image, but he's here. He can listen to you. By the way, thanks.
Fire me.
Huh? Don't fire.
Is he gonna fire me?
He might. But thanks to Oleg Ivanov for this photo of Elon Musk.
I see the stream now.
Oh, there is another photo we'll have coming up shortly, but yes, special guest. So
it's looking great.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's him out on Market Street. You know, got a rep for the company. So yeah, Corbin, how are you doing this week?
I'm very tired.
Good, so am I.
I know I'm I know I literally do say that every single week. Like I'm just very tired all the time.
I get that.
But I am excited. Oh, of course this was my own doing because I was up until like 2. Partially because I was hoping the big rocket would not blow up, and in fact it didn't.
That is important. No blowing up the big rockets.
Yes. In case anyone missed it, NASA launched the Artemis 1 mission. Technically this morning at like almost 2. It was 1:47 a.m. And actually I can send you a timestamp of the video if you want to see the actual part where it goes up.
Sure, why not?
Let me see.
As long as this won't get me banned off of YouTube for.
I don't think NASA does that. I'm pretty sure.
Probably not. No, they'll take the attention they can get. Yeah, also, hello to Carson and Austin. Austin, also known as FTX Millionaire.
Is that a millionaire before or after FTX?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, he took all of Tom Brady's money, so.
I'm sure Tom Brady is very sad to have to go back to playing football. Definitely wasn't going to do that already.
Let's be honest. Now that he doesn't have anyone to hang out with at home, which I know low blow, but he may as well go play football again.
I'm okay with bullying Tom Brady.
I mean, I don't normally cheers to bullying on celebrities. I don't technically now, but yeah, you know, I don't care. So, so,
but yeah, big rocket go up. It would have really sucked if this didn't work. Of course, it's still ongoing, but it didn't blow up in the part where you get out of Earth, which is the usually the most difficult part.
Historically,
yeah. Because this rocket is very cursed. They were gonna try to launch it back in August, on August 29th. But there was a sensor that said there were problems with cooling the engines. I think the end result of that was like the sensor wasn't working right and the engines were probably fine, but they didn't know for sure. So then they tried to do it again on September 3rd, but they stopped it due to a liquid hydrogen leak. That's not a combination of words that is ideal. No. And then And then, of course, by that point, Hurricane Ian was coming, so they had to put the rocket back on the roller, roll it all the way back to the vehicle assembly building, and then, well, once it got there, there was a small fire in the building, but it was fine. It wasn't anything to do with the rocket. Rocket was fine, and then they moved it back to the launch pad. And they had to, wait for the next window of opportunity to happen, which was 1 o'clock this morning. And then it went up. It's going up.
Okay. Really quick, just making the dumbest of observations about this video. They spent a good, 10 seconds solid not being able to find focus. And a part of me is like, seriously, you guys know exactly the trajectory this thing's gonna take, and they keep going out of focus. And get a decent Hollywood focus puller in there. They will nail this. This will never go out of focus. Not once.
Well, Cody, you missed at the end of the stream. It had the Apple logo and it said "shot on iPhone." So that was the problem.
That would be the problem, yes.
Yeah. It is extremely funny that because this is launching at night, this whole part after it, when it's in the air, you cannot see the rocket at all. Yeah. You just see the flame.
But hey, we'll take it. That's not the worst.
Yeah. And I did notice with this live stream, they didn't do it a ton here, but they did do a little bit of. They tried to show what was happening with the rocket after it went far enough where the ground cameras can do it, and they switched to this CGI thing that kind of explains what is going on. And I thought that was funny because this is something SpaceX has got very good at doing, is they have live streams for their rockets, and they actually attach cameras to the rockets, and they live stream it. But NASA didn't do that here, so they're just cutting to a CGI thing.
Yeah, I noticed that about SpaceX. They really had a lot of they know
they're very good at the live streams.
They're very good at promotion.
Yeah,
self-promotion, which Elon Musk, so that tracks.
Yeah, their live stream marketing people are very good, especially when I imagine it's probably a little bit easier for that because there's not much of a point in putting cameras on this because it's going to work for 5 seconds and then it goes out of range, whereas most of the SpaceX rockets are going up and then coming back down a couple hours later or an hour later. But this there's wouldn't really be a whole lot to watch because the rockets once they're out, they just fall to the ground. These don't land on a barge somewhere.
Yeah.
Because this is a shuttle derived design, so nothing here is reusable. I think maybe the capsule is. I'm not sure, but
man, wouldn't it be great if it sucks to say, but that is the one thing that SpaceX is just completely dominating the story with is, hey, we can actually reuse stuff.
Yep. Yeah, which is probably why this will just be used for extremely heavy cargo and any moon landings you want to do, and that's probably it. Everyone else will just keep rent, including NASA will keep renting SpaceX rockets.
Do we have any moon landings even remotely on the schedule?
I know my understanding is that if nothing catastrophic goes wrong here, Artemis 2 will have people on it. But I don't know if that will be a landing or not. They might just do the Apollo 7 thing where they go around the moon and come back. But eventually this is supposed to be used for landing and setting up moon bases and stuff, and then theoretically they can attach more rockets to the side and use this for Mars missions, but who knows when that will happen. Mars is much more difficult and expensive. And we haven't really still kind of working on how to take people to Mars without killing them from the complete lack of protection from radiation.
Yeah. Plus, the incredibly long trips and the lack of reliable methods for food and
yeah, you have to be stuck in that capsule for like 2 years.
Yeah.
That's gonna be that's RV trip's gonna suck.
Yeah, when your road trip is quite literally it tantamount to spending time in a Russian prison. Yeah, that's excellent.
Yeah. But,
SpaceX is claiming that they're going to do a moon landing in somewhere between 2025 and 2027.
And they're going to use their I think they're using like the Falcon Heavy rocket for that, which is not. I don't believe they've launched that yet. I think that got delayed too, but yeah, I know NASA's contracting them also for that, just to see what happens.
You know who, if a company ever comes along and they don't have to do anything big or major, they just have to come along and be able to say, we won't have delays. I guarantee that, you know what, right there, that's a company that will win.
Yeah.
The company that doesn't have to say, yup, we missed the deadline again.
Yeah, I'm sure maybe the like space guy at Ars Technical will do this, but I'm sure after all this, someone will write a very good book explaining why this all took so long. And like I know like parts of it, but not everything. Mostly just like Congress and presidents changing their minds constantly. This has been kind of the like thing where you finish a project like 80% of the way, and then your manager's like, no, actually I want a different thing. Can you do that for me?
Been there.
Also in this case, the manager was like, I need you to use the parts that my friend made.
Yes.
You cannot use any other parts.
Not just friend, but all those friends across 23 different states.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I think the main rocket actually uses the same exact engine that was on the shuttle. Either the shuttle or the shuttle booster, I forget which. There's lots of other shuttle pieces in here. So that's fun. But it's working. It's going up there. And theoretically, building more rockets will be slightly less expensive, but this is still a very pricey rocket, which is part of the reason it's not going to be used that much.
Yeah.
And I checked Wikipedia. This is a little bit smaller than the Saturn V, which is interesting. But I don't know. I don't think I looked at like what the fuel capacity is. I don't know if that's similar. I imagine they probably save some space by not needing like an entire cylinder just for the computer. We don't have to do that anymore. We figured that part out.
I mean, yeah, no. It pays off to be able to not have to pack everything up there every time all the way.
Yeah, I'm sure it's still a very old computer in there, because all this has development time in the decades. But
it's exhausting to think about. Yeah. It really just makes me want to watch For All Mankind and enjoy the fact that they don't make me sit through that.
I still haven't seen that. I'm gonna watch it. I'll watch it eventually. I keep rewatching Star Trek, and then that takes all my time.
There's nothing like watching something you've seen before.
Yeah. And I know like what episodes I don't like, so I don't have to watch those again. It's great. And I'm almost done with the latest season of The Orville, which is incredible. I hope Disney gives them more money for more seasons.
I've only watched the first season of that, though. I am determined to watch more seasons of that shortly.
It has a very different feel later. It gets a little bit more like if the Next Generation was made today and also had way more money.
Oh yeah,
that's kind of what they're going for now. I think what I forget his name. Who made it?
Seth MacFarlane.
Seth MacFarlane. Yeah, I really think what happened was like Seth went to Fox and he was like, I want to make a Star Trek show, please let me do it. But he had to like kind of fool them into thinking it was like a comedy. So you had to make it like a little bit of a comedy. And then in later seasons that really tampers off. So I think that's totally what it was. Like he had to like pretend it was a comedy for one season and let it catch on, and then he could do what he wanted.
The funny thing about that is I have always felt like Next Generation was kind of a comedy. Well, Star Trek in general, like the original and Next Generation, work if you, as long as you're not trying too hard to take them seriously, they really felt like comedies.
They had some, they tried to keep it light a lot of the time. Like every single holodeck episode, they have like Data and some like cowboy outfit.
I mean, look, I'm just saying, they had Wesley Crusher. Clearly, they were trying to make people laugh. Maybe sometimes at them, but you know, occasionally with,
especially with those sweaters.
Oh, it's nothing like bullying the kid.
Austin said space is both fascinating and extremely boring at the same time. Yeah, like it's cool in that while you're in space, and then the boring part is like, all right, how does NASA's fiscal budget affect what's going to happen here?
Or alternatively, oh wow, you're in space. What's there to do here?
Yeah,
it's like moving to a new town and realizing, oh, this place closes at 5 p.m. There's just very little happening.
What are you doing on this? What are you doing on the space station? Huh? Using the funny toilet? What else are you gonna do up there?
Hey, yeah, exactly. Hey, Scuttlefield, good to have you here. I believe Scuttlefield also just subbed. Thank you.
Hey, excellent. So that was Big Rocket. Big Rocket is still on the way to the moon. I think the whole mission's going to take like 25 days, if I remember. So it's going to go to the moon, go around and come back, and then splash in the ocean like all the Apollo stuff.
Okay.
And then hopefully there'll be another one after that. With the plan is to have real people on the next one. I don't know. Again, I don't know if the real one is a landing or not. I don't know if they've thought that through yet.
Well, I certainly do hope there's one after this, because frankly, if there's not, it probably means humanity's dead.
Okay, so Wikipedia says that the next one it will have people on it, but it will just be a flyby. So no landing on the next one, but they're gonna put people in it, so the stakes are higher.
Honestly, didn't realize there weren't people on this one.
Oh yeah, there's no one in there because new rocket, if it could blow up.
Yeah, that's fair. I do understand, but
that would be unfortunate. And it also, like, again, like it's between this and all of like the SpaceX Dragon capsule and the other stuff, where like they can just do it 1000% automated. Mm-hmm. It really like narrows down the idea of like, oh yeah, like the people, they're just there, so like it's cool, like that's it. There's no other reason to put people in there.
Yeah,
we're just putting it in there because it's cool, and we want to see how their bodies degrade outside of this.
First, a quick augmentation of what you said. You said completely automated. Technically, I mean, yeah, a lot of it is automated, but they also are just controlling from the ground a whole bunch of crap. The second thing, well, it's not it's a question. Besides testing the rocket, is this actually doing anything? Are they taking anything up in this trip?
I don't think so. I think they're just they're just testing the exact path that everything's gonna go, and obviously because it's a new rocket, new path.
Okay.
The capsule on top is new. I think they did like one test with the capsule on a different rocket, but yeah, no, there is no like sciencey experiments in this, as far as I know.
That feels like a waste. I mean, I can understand if they're saying like,
They
well,
just,
you know,
open the window and toss some stuff onto the moon.
I mean, may as well. I
Yeah.
know that sounds ridiculous, but you know, throw some raw materials on there or something just for future sake.
Chuck another another rover out the window, like, here's for the next one.
Yeah, hey, why not?
Here's your buggy.
Yeah, oh, how about this sounds dumb, but oxygen. Just a bunch of tanks of oxygen.
Yeah,
They can always use more, and if it blew up and the oxygen just happened to stay here, oh well, that works too. Like, that would have been a useful thing to toss up there.
Yeah, up in the window, just chuck it out, it'll get there. Yeah,
this stream has a lot of congratulatory stuff going on.
I'm just happy for Big Rocket. I'm glad Big Rocket didn't blow up.
Agreed.
Because yeah, a lot of people spent a lot of time and energy, and my government spent more money than it probably should have on it. So I'm glad it wasn't all for waste.
Yeah. Or water, something that's not expensive, but it's heavy and you need to get up there. Yeah, that's actually true too. Basically anything that is useful for human survival and could possibly one day they might be short on, like in a desperate scenario, could just use more of. Yeah, all of these things really make a lot of sense to just leave some lying around, which that used to actually be a thing. Back when everyone moved around by ship, they went to a bunch of different islands, dropped off, if I remember correctly, goats. I might be wrong on that, but I believe it was goats on all these different islands. With the logic being, if anybody shipwrecked, then they would have guaranteed food. Like, just go hunt the goat. And yeah, they would just have guaranteed food.
Or befriend the goat.
That could possibly be an option, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I would do, and then starve to death.
So yeah, that's why there are actually a bunch of islands that, well, some islands actually still have goats that didn't belong there. There are other islands, I believe they went back through and removed the goats at a certain point.
Goats gone.
Goat Simulator already did this in space.
I know we in North Carolina on our coastline, there's like one or two coasts and islands that have feral horses, and no one knows how they got there, but the assumption is that when people came over in like the 1600s or whatever, they lost their horses, and those are the descendants. That's fun.
That does kind of make sense in a weird, backwards, roundabout, wacky kind of way.
Mm-hmm. So, in conclusion, Big Rocket go up, and presumably will come down. Well, the rocket already came down, but the capsule will not come down for another month. And
oh yeah, Scuttlefield. That would be something. Send people up who are just kind of like, screw it. I'm not going to make it anyway. I may as well be the guinea pig that goes up. Space. Honestly, that's kind of bad press, though.
That is really bad press, and also I'm pretty sure, like, if your body was already starting to fail from cancer and you went through like 15 Gs, you'd probably just die immediately. Like, you're just
yeah,
that would probably just kill you.
Yeah, or worse. Those kinds of people seem like they're probably in prime condition for like what is it they call it? I know I've heard people kind of call it space madness, but I think there's a more appropriate term that they've used. Whatever. Anyway, you get the point, though. I'm not sure that that's the group you necessarily want to be up there, possibly mucking about with your settings.
Yeah, you don't want to take it off the, flip the big switch in there from automatic to manual. Oh yeah, also somewhat space related, Apple turned on the emergency SOS feature on the iPhone 14. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah.
And I did see there was one article already from someone who tried it, but I hadn't had a chance to read it yet. But this is the thing where if you point your iPhone at the sky for like 2 minutes, it will be able to send a message using satellites.
Yeah.
Which is that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it tells you what direction to aim your phone, and you can slowly get a text message out, very slowly. It's sort of it's sort of like Morse code, except if Morse code could actually be slower.
Yeah, and they oh, here we go. I'll put this in the YouTube chat. PC Mag, it tried it out. They said you need a fairly open view of the sky. That means you need to be away from trees or structures, hill or mountains or other tall objects. A line of sight connection to the satellite is necessary. The iPhone will guide you, telling you to turn left or right to find the satellite. This process is not instantaneous, but is fairly intuitive. Once the iPhone finds it connects to a satellite, it will automatically send the text message you've created. Where does that message go? One of two places. The emergency text will go to the nearest or most appropriate emergency services department that accepts 911 calls via text. Not all 911 call centers accept text messages yet. If the text can't go through, it will be routed to a relay center staffed by Apple employees and third parties. And so he sent a message. And also, it's not just for like strictly emergency stuff. The other thing besides a message is you can send your location or you can share your location with Find My, which is the thing you normally use on iPhones to share your location with like other iPhone users, and they can see your like location on a map. But if you do it here, you could have like family checking on you, and they can say, oh yeah, he's still in the forest. He sent his location an hour ago. He's fine, probably. Okay,
I'm not calling them out too hard, but I'm a little curious if they actually went to some place where there's legitimately no service. And I'm wondering this because one of the pictures they have, you can clearly see a paved walking path.
Mm-hmm.
And this whole thing almost looks like it. I mean, this is clearly a well-maintained park.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they not take out the SIM card, because you can't do that on this, but maybe deactivated it or something.
Deactivated the SIM card, or maybe like just turned on airplane mode or something.
Yeah.
Maybe this will work when airplane mode is on. I don't know, but
they're very disappointed in PC Mag. They should have gone to the Gobi Desert and tried this like real journalists.
I mean, legit. I'm just saying.
Someone will try that. Probably already.
Send me the phone. I can find dead zones. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
I honestly, very honestly, do know of where dead zones are within just like a 5-minute drive of my house. So it would not be hard.
Yeah, I know where dead zones are, but they're all because of buildings, so I wouldn't be able to test that.
I know of many that are on top of mountains, or just in between mountains. Really,
Mhm.
a lot of mountain everything is pretty much the answer to this. I would not have trouble finding dead zones to test this in.
Yeah, I'm sure someone's already, a lot of tech people in like San Francisco. You just take a boat out, a mile, try it out.
Yeah, I suppose that would work too.
A lot of places, but yeah, I mean it's pretty cool. Apple again, they said at their launch, and they reiterated in their press release for this. They said that there's two. When you buy an iPhone 14, it will come with 2 years of service for this, and they have not said what it will price after that or what it will cost. So
wait, okay, so is it 2 years of service where you can send as many messages as you want, or do they also charge you for the messages? Because I remember hearing, okay, I swear I remember hearing somebody saying that they charge per message also.
I mean, like, I don't know, like right now there's no charge, like it's nothing, you just buy an iPhone, you have this, but okay. I don't, maybe in 2 years when they need to figure out pricing, they'll charge for that, which will be very funny. Like I imagine like you're dying in the desert and your iPhone's like, you can send this for $4.99. Here's your tap the phone to authorize this payment.
Austin, I feel like this is a strict violation of the survival of the fittest. This will allow more influencers to reproduce. Oh, that's brutal. I love it. Also, hello to David.
Hello, David.
So, I mean, I still like the idea of this. It's easy to make fun of, though, and kind of rightfully so. It is one of those things that is just, it's a good thing, but it's just bad enough that it's easy to sort of mock and question how much is anyone ever actually going to use this. But I have no doubt, zero doubt in my mind, the next time that they do a keynote, they will 100% have somebody who their life was saved because they got to use this.
Yeah. They took their boat 1 mile out from San Francisco and their boat started sinking.
Yeah.
Then they went out just to test this, so it's fine. But
yeah.
No, like it's cool, but like I don't know, I guess my only real issue with this is like, number one, we don't know what the pricing will be like afterwards, and if they do like per message stuff. Or really, I don't know. Like it's kind of an interesting thing where it's hard not to be really cynical about pricing for stuff like this. But like, it is a satellite network you have to run. So I understand you're going to charge for it at some point. But like also the idea of like Apple already does with the Apple Watch, like you were saying, like they have this whole marketing of like, you might die unless you have our watch. And so like that's kind of another thing like this that I don't feel super great about, but I understand like this is an actual like I don't know if they want to subsidize a satellite grid with phone sales. They could, because they're Apple. They have like the highest market cap of any company on earth, but probably not going to do that. But I guess my main issue with this is like there's like other things Apple could build into iPhones that would be really good in emergencies that they will not do. Like,
you mean like a SIM slot?
Yeah, sure. That would be good. Another thing is like there's probably some more like mesh networking stuff they could do, especially with the stuff they've set up for like AirTags. Like, it'd be really cool if, like, in a natural disaster, if the nearest functioning cell tower is 20 miles away, but there's enough people with iPhones being there where you can, like, relay a message at some point. Something like that would be cool.
That's really no different than what AirTags are already doing. So, yeah.
That
makes plenty of sense.
Yeah, and there's like Android apps that have been doing that for years, but obviously it's not going to work the same. Um, and like another thing that's like, I was thinking about writing this as an editorial, but I just couldn't figure out a good way to like explain this. Is like, one thing that's still like really helpful in an emergency is a radio. Like it doesn't even have to be like a two-way radio, just like something that can receive AM and FM signals. Because like you don't need a constant power source for that, and the signals go very far, and that's really helpful if you're in like dangerous weather or something. And not too long ago, not every phone, but most phones had FM radios in them. I have a few phones with FM radios in them, but carriers in the US were like, can you not do that, because we really want to sell data plans?
Yeah.
And so then they went away. So like there's like other stuff they could do. Like I think the radio is really easy. I don't know, that might be slightly harder now that they took out the headphone jack, which is normally what all of those use as antennas. They would use whatever headphones you have plugged in as the like analog antenna, but they could do something. They're not doing anything there.
Yeah, I could there's definitely a lot of ways that they could be more clever, be smarter about it. The one thing, and I'm going to say this in kind of a self-condemning way, let's be honest, as soon as they do it, the first thing we're going to say is, okay, yeah, but this is just another lock-in tactic so they can push everyone to buy an iPhone and only an iPhone. So
what is a lock-in tactic?
All the life-saving stuff, especially like you gave a mesh network thing as kind of a strategy. 100% everyone would see that and go, okay, yeah, but it won't work with Android phones. So, you know, it would be a justifiable complaint about them. That being said, imagine if it would work with Android phones. Just if everyone could get together and collectively agree, we're going to build this mesh network kind of thing, and it would allow phones to connect to other phones in the rare instances that they need emergency service kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That'd be like, so great.
And now, you know, especially compared to 5 or 10 years ago, now would be the perfect time to do that, because we finally moved on from the all phones need to be slim phase. So it's okay if he uses like 1% more battery or 5%. And Apple's already got everyone used to leaving Bluetooth on constantly. Mm-hmm. So there you go. Austin said, Google will offer it for free, but you have to watch ads before you can send a message. The ads, of course, are targeted based on where you're lost. People in the desert get this on the ads.
I do love the thought of that.
You have to watch a YouTube short to send a signal.
Well, just imagine being stuck in the desert and then you get an ad for water.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'd be great.
Yeah. So that's cool, but again, there's like other there's somewhere in between no emergency support and building up a satellite network that they could do, but they won't. Radios on phones are pretty cool, but anyway, speaking of radios, Qualcomm,
I was gonna say, is that a lead-in?
That's my attempt at a lead-in. So Qualcomm is having their annual Hawaii party right now, and they announced the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 mobile platform. It's really fun when companies go through the effort of like redoing all their branding and they make it worse.
I'm sure they think they made it better. Their moms are very proud.
Okay, 8 Gen 2 isn't the worst. It isn't. Really. But what they've already done What did they call the mid-cycle upgrade? The Plus? Was that I think it was like Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1, which
Yeah.
I think it was something like that. Snapdragon 8. Yeah, it was Gen 1. Wait. Plus.
I love that
Okay.
it's even hard to find.
They did Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1.
Okay, I was gonna say that, but I'm never confident with their names.
That's so stupid. And I hate like even just having a plus in names like this, because then I can't put it in a title or it looks weird. But anyway, so new Snapdragon 8 chip, which is the one it's going to be in all of next year's Android phones that are flagships, basically. Except the ones that come out late enough in the year to get the next Plus.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, this doesn't really seem like a massive upgrade. I don't know if anyone said who's manufacturing this, like what's the process, because that's usually the killer thing with these chips is who's manufacturing it.
I imagine that's probably something we'll find out.
Yeah.
Very quietly, we will find it out later.
Okay. Okay. Well, that source is Sam Mobile. I don't know if I want to trust them on anything.
Austin seems to be saying TSMC on 4 nanometer.
Okay, that's what Sam Mobile also said. I trust Austin. Okay, and I think that's good. Same was the Plus one. Yeah, that was insane because like the big upgrade with the Plus, like the reason it was all the other Pluses before that one was just very iterative. Like it's very clearly just the chips they binned for making the initial version, but this past Plus they actually switched. Instead of Samsung making the Snapdragon chips, they got TSMC to do it, and it was a big update. So okay, so that's good. So that's probably going to be better than the flagships with the 8 Gen 1 on that alone. Again, they're mostly advertising AI stuff, which I'm sure is kind of cool, but it's hard to define a specific noticeable change with that stuff. Because again, like it's not. It's kind of narrowed down. It's hard to narrow down what uses that besides the camera. Like the camera uses a lot of that dedicated AI cores and stuff. But they're claiming the Adreno GPU has 25% faster graphics rendering, and there is a small 2 next to that 25%. So what is all comparisons are made to previous generation. Okay, so they're comparing that to the Gen 1, that's fair. They've got a image sensor that supports up to 200 megapixel single capture on a camera, which is interesting.
Well, I mean, we were gonna get there anyway. So somehow, some way, Samsung is absolutely going to come out with a sensor that is going to hit that mark.
Yeah, and the CPU is 35% faster, 40% better power efficiency, which they say these improvements are thanks to our brand new microarchitecture, which converts one efficiency core into an additional performance core to reach peak multi-threaded performance. And it's got all the 5G things, because it's really the only thing Qualcomm can do right most of the time.
Yeah.
They're good at the modems, not so good at everything else.
Well, modems and radio in general. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, the next thing they mention is Wi-Fi 7, which, to be fair, they're going to they nail cellular, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth really well. These are the
Yep.
things Qualcomm can do.
Wi-Fi 7 is very cool. I'm excited to try it, or I'm also excited to be able to try Wi-Fi 6E at some point. But I guess 7, because especially as long as I live in like apartments or shared, some kind of shared housing where I have like 20 Wi-Fi networks around me, like it'd be really cool to use that. I think it's 6 gigahertz band. That probably no one around me is using. So that's a wide open highway for me to use my devices on.
Yeah. Well, I'm still sitting here with my original Google Wi-Fi, so
yeah.
no
I don't
playing with fast networks for me.
I don't own anything that supports 6E, and I have. I don't know. I guess probably most of my mobile things support 6. I think. Yeah, not my well, my Mac Mini supports 6. My desktop PC is very old, or it's got a very old Wi-Fi chip in it, which is why my Mac Mini is just tethering my Wi-Fi to it over Ethernet now, because it has a pretty good Wi-Fi chip in it.
Austin says, "Can we just slow down on the Wi-Fi standards? I can't keep up." And yeah, I mean, obviously we're in the same boat, but I look at Wi-Fi standards almost the same way as people have always said you should look at buying like any Mac from Apple. You don't necessarily try to wait for the perfect one to come along. You just go to the store, buy whatever's most recent, and be happy that it'll be reasonably well supported for a number of years. Now, of course, that advice is actually terrible when we're talking about buying Apple products, but it seems like it's a pretty good point when it comes to Wi-Fi.
Yeah, like that's why I always like roll my eyes a little bit when I have like Mac rumors in my RSS feed, and every once in a while they'll republish one of their like, these are the 6 Macs you should not buy right now because they're terrible. It's like, no, they're fine. They're just, probably gonna get an update in 2 months, and while the old ones will still be fine.
Okay, except that article was entirely accurate during the butterfly keyboard phase.
Yes. Yeah.
And
the
list was literally like any computer with a butterfly keyboard.
Yeah. Or if it was just at any point in the past like 10 years until everything was ARM. Now it's fine.
Yeah.
But they've got
one of the things I noticed in their feature list is Snapdragon Sight technology. They list real-time semantic segregation for photo and video capture, recognizes and optimizes each aspect within a frame. Okay, so it can recognize objects. Woo. Always sensing camera featuring AI for quick and easy face detection and increased privacy. All right, that's, I'm sure plenty of OEMs will take advantage of that because they don't want to reinvent the wheel. Then it gets Bokeh Engine 2. They're just, yeah, this is pretty much the straightforward, like, all that stuff that Google and Samsung did on their own, and pretty much everyone else has done on their own. Yeah, we're just going to take over. We're just going to offer our own thing so OEMs don't have to try. And then ProSight video capture provides 5 times larger file sizes for better quality footage and professional editing capabilities. Weirdly, I think a lot of people are going to read that and go, we don't want our videos 5 times larger. But yeah, okay. Color me skeptical about this one, because usually the problem wasn't making larger video. It was that your bit rates coming out of the sensor usually weren't that good.
Yeah. Although, Androids or Snapdragon Android stuff is in a better position to take advantage of that, because if you look at the other side of the specs table, they do support USB 3.1, which Apple does not do on
Yes.
any of their Pro phones. So if you capture that very high def video on their phones, you have to sit there for 4 hours, wait for it all to transfer over Lightning.
At least they do support it on the iPads now.
Yes, for all that video recording I do on my iPad.
Hey, there are people. There are people.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's not terrible. Like it's not like as stupid as it was like 5 years ago, because at one point Apple is just putting the actual iPhone cameras on there. But
yeah,
it is very funny. But yeah, I mean, I would imagine all the performance in. I'm interested to see what the benchmarks look like for this compared to the 8 Plus Gen 1. Because if this is using the same architecture, I wonder if there's really any significant difference. Obviously, it's going to be better than the Gen 1, because Samsung was making those chips and they are not as good as TSMC. Oh, Scuttlefield's got to run, do work stuff. Okay, have fun.
All right, well, take it easy, Scuttlefield. See you next time. Thanks for coming by.
Yes. So we've got Wi-Fi 7. I was looking at the Bluetooth 5.3. I didn't even know that was a thing yet. What they do to Bluetooth?
For some reason, I thought they were working on. I know there was 5.2. I thought they were working on 6, but I don't know. I guess maybe 5.3 is a stopping point in the middle.
The brief summary of Bluetooth 5.3 on Wikipedia has words I don't know the meaning to. So I don't. Can they make Bluetooth good? Have they done that yet?
I don't think anyone can do that.
No. This is we're stuck with poor decisions from 30 years ago moment.
You're not wrong.
No. And NFC is supported. That's good. That's in here. Glad we have that.
Shocked, I say. Interesting. They mention single, dual, and triple camera setups. Which, the stats are not super impressive.
I wonder if that's simultaneous or all together.
I think that's basically like the cameras are wired in.
Okay.
So this is combined, but not not like simultaneous, but just combined. That's my guess. That being said,
I don't know, because it says the single camera can go up to 108 megapixel, but then that drops for the dual, and then drops again for triple. So that kind of reads to me like they're talking about what can be capturing simultaneously.
Yeah, but if it's triple, the 36 megapixel, that is way below what anything out there is actually doing right now.
Yeah.
Unless it's binning before it gets to this point, that doesn't seem right, but I suppose it could be.
Maybe that's more for like when you're doing like depth camera stuff and you need data from one of the other lenses, but you're using the main.
Yeah, and also I think it's worth noting that it's listing single, dual, and triple, but obviously almost every flagship phone has more than this already when you factor in the front-facing camera and usually a depth camera or some other type of sensor that is quote-unquote a camera. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how they mean this.
Well, if Qualcomm wants to send a phone to me and Cody so we can figure this out, please do.
Yes,
Yeah,
I will
especially
accept.
because I didn't get an invite to Hawaii, so I think it's only fair.
I mean, sending us a phone would be way cheaper than sending us to Hawaii. So yeah,
Yeah, send
yeah,
the
I'm
phone.
good
Give me
with
the
this.
phone. I will begrudgingly switch from my iPhone SE to your brand new flagship phone.
Let's be honest, you would be very begrudging over the fact that it would be definitely be large.
Yeah, I'd be like, what is you guys?
You would complain so much about the fact it's just a large phone.
I would. I every time I turn my my S21 back on, I'm like, this phone's huge. That's the small one they make. It's very funny. Austin
So-
said there's an AV1 in here
Yep.
somewhere.
Yeah, I saw AV1
Nice.
earlier. It's
Oh yeah, they've got
yeah, in the first
H-
column, AV1 codec
Yeah.
for video playback.
they've also got on video playback. They've got H.264, H.265, AV1, VP8, VP9. That's cool.
My bigger question is, can it capture into AV1? Because that's a thing a lot of people would actually use. I mean, people will use playback too. I'm not saying that that isn't good, but being able to live encode would actually be really, really good for live video.
That or just the same reason Apple enables HEIC by default.
Basically,
Smaller file sizes potentially.
Also, really quick to some kind of a point, supports for video capture 8K at 30 frames per second or 4K at 120. So that's a bump up. I mean, that is a legitimate spec bump up. It's one notch, but hey, I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah, recording an AV1 would be cool. Although I think before that has to happen, Google has to make Android better about handling different kinds of media. Like this is a thing also Apple hasn't quite figured out on iOS and macOS very well, is HEIC is default on everything. And I want to say the default is also, I don't know what codec it records by default on new iPhones, but I still like run into things where some apps they won't accept one of the newer file formats, or they like convert it on. It seems like they convert it on their own. Maybe I don't know what the story is there, but we haven't quite figured this out.
I think they all use Heath. So
Okay.
and since every app on the phone is basically going to use the libraries that Apple supports, everything within the ecosystem keeps working. It's just when they have to start interacting with stuff outside, like sharing stuff to Discord, then the world breaks down.
Yeah, like Apple and Google, if Qualcomm does something like that, if they need to get better about like, I don't. It's like if I had to like convert an entire video before I upload it, that would be very slow on anything that isn't a flagship phone.
Yeah.
Which could be an issue.
Yeah, like I was, I have not had time to finish this, and I probably won't get to it for way too long. But I was actually working on a converter bot for my Discord, and I was not even going to try to do video with it. I was just going to have it convert photos, and because that's what most people are sharing anyway. Very few people are sharing videos straight from their phones. But yeah, it would not be fun to do video conversions on the phone or really anywhere other than just servers.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's definitely easier for images. and that is kind of an interesting phenomenon now, where like we're uploading all of our stuff in one format, but then when it's served back to us is in something completely different that still is not compatible. All the while, like every time I save an image from a website and it's like WebP, and it's like, like I still can't use this file format in like half my apps. Or like I had a I saved a image from the web. I think what happened is I uploaded a picture to Twitter, and then I was going to download it because I wanted to post it to Mastodon, and it was downloaded as like WebP, and it wouldn't. I think I was sharing it to Twitter, and Twitter was like, "What the hell is a heck file? What are you giving me?"
Oh my god. Right now we are in just kind of the worst of the codec wars. Everybody knows we have to eventually circle around and agree on something, but no one will agree what it's going to be.
I did see Chrome is dropping support for a lot of file formats that didn't work out.
Yeah, except a couple of them were things that were starting to actually gain a little traction. I forget which one it was, but
let me see. Hold on, I'll search. So I'm not talking out of my ass.
Okay. But I remember seeing one of the things mentioned that was dropped. It's like, this is something that they pushed for a while, and just as some amount of traction started picking up, there was a measurable amount of use of it. All of a sudden Chrome is dropping it. It's like, what, guys? Why?
Okay, so they're discontinuing JPEG XL in Chromium.
Yeah, that was probably the one.
Yeah, and they said for the following reasons: it was an experimental flag. There's not enough interest from the entire ecosystem. They said the new image format does not bring sufficient incremental benefits over existing formats. And also, apparently, the codec was kind of difficult to maintain.
Hard to imagine that, but okay.
Isn't JPEG XL really old now, too?
If it is actually, yeah. Well, okay, like really old is one of those things. It's kind of... how do you define really old?
Yeah.
But yeah, it has been around, I believe, since before I started at AP.
And it was only 2000, or not two. I'm sorry, 2020 is when they froze the standard.
Oh well, yeah, but freezing the standard versus like that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
it's kind of like what was it?
I mean, it was like
one of the Wi-Fi standards. One of the Wi-Fi standards, it came out. Like I remember when Wi-Fi in came out, 802.11 in, that all these Wi-Fi routers were being sold as quote pre-in, because the standard had not been frozen yet, but literally everyone knew exactly what the standard was. They just hadn't formalized it. That's kind of what this is. Like, it's the long process of getting people together, holding the votes, formalizing the documentation, all that stuff. But everyone already knows it. So I'm sure nothing was changed between probably 2010 and 2020 when they finally decided, okay, we're done with it.
This is also kind of like every web standard ever, where it gets implemented in browsers while it's still like technically like a very early draft. And then it's especially funny with like all of the very early HTML5 and CSS3 stuff, where everyone was still in the mindset of like, yeah, like this will just be a version. Like we had like HTML4 and we had like HTML3 or XHTML before that. And this, we'll eventually like say, okay, HTML5 is done. That never happened. It's all just evolving constantly now.
Yeah, honestly, like, this obviously won't happen, but it'd be so good if it did. Somebody out there, some company, or even just a rich a-hole who decides that they know what's better for the world. In this one instance, actually, they would. But it'd be great if they basically picked one of these formats and straight up bought it. Literally just buy it. Then go to each of the major browser companies and said, listen, I really want support for this. Please add support for this. And then pay them or do whatever that they ask. Get them to add support. And then go to Adobe. Do the same thing. And then one day just announce, by the way, I bought this. I own it. I cleared the patents on it. Everything. Here, world. Just take it. It's yours. And all the other a-holes already support it. Good. We can kill GIF.
Like, I mean, that's like every single one of these formats too. It's just literally that like Adobe won't support it, and then like Apple won't support WebP because it's like Google's thing, and they really don't wanna. And it's all very annoying.
Yeah.
Like AV1 WebM is fantastic. No royalties. WebP is pretty good. Again, no royalties. Apple's like, nope, I'm good.
No, we like the thing that we have that involves royalties.
Yeah.
In part though, because they own some of the patent. So
yeah, they're in the H, whatever that group is called that makes H.264 and 5.
Yeah,
I forget what they're called, but whatever that cartel is. And also Chrome is removing WebP2 support, which was mostly just an experimental thing. I don't know if it was ever like positioned to be an update, but yeah, so that's kind of annoying, but we still got all the other standards in there. And Snapdragon stuff, good. Not a whole lot of details there. Also, there's still kind of mixed reporting on what Samsung will use on the S23, because they could use this. They're probably not going to use Exynos in most of the S23 phones, because I think they've realized it's not going to work. Like, it's not a strong selling point for them. But I did see that there's some reports that like Samsung might get a slightly customized version of this chip, or maybe, I don't know, maybe Qualcomm is saving them the highest end ones, and they might put a different marketing name on that. I don't know, but that wouldn't be too different from most years, where like Samsung always gets first dibs on the new chips. That's been the case for years.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. That's a weird situation. Qualcomm obviously wants to keep Samsung's business, and I can easily see them being happy to customize chips for them. And then we've got Samsung building its own chips that they don't even want to use. But they keep selling them to Google. Some part of me wonders, when is Samsung going to actually commit to its own business?
Yeah, and like I want them to do it because we need competition, and Qualcomm is just a shit company.
Yes, they are.
It's like it's really embarrassing that like Samsung, which is this like mega corp, that, you know, also like they're like one of the few entities on Earth that actually owns like foundries for these kinds of chips, and they're still falling behind. That's really not good compared to Qualcomm, which is like a radio company that was tricked into making mobile processors. They don't even really want to do this, but they have to.
I mean, at this stage, I assume they want to, quote unquote, want to, they're still not great at it, as evidenced by the fact that Apple is just whooping them up, center, left, right. But yeah, at the same time, they're doing it. I mean, they're releasing some at least reasonable chips now. It took them 15 years to get to that point, but they seem committed to actually trying to do it now. But yikes. Yeah. And also, as Austin brought up, and yes, exactly, ARM is also suing Qualcomm. So that's happening. And there's a possibility, if I remember reading correctly, there's a possibility they might pull the licensing deal. So in theory, Qualcomm could lose ARM. I mean,
I'm sure that they'd work something out.
Oh,
I don't think that would never happen.
Yeah, obviously they would work something out. I'm just curious how much cost gets passed on to the end buyer.
Yeah, this is like every disagreement between media companies and TV providers. Except not public this time. That would be very funny. Like you buy a new Galaxy S23 and you get a giant pop-up notification that's like, ARM wants to take away your chip.
Oh my god, yes.
You have to call Mr. Qualcomm and tell him no.
Or oh my god. Or they get into a fight because one of them is doing something the other doesn't like, and then all of a sudden your phone starts booting one day, and then it gets a notification saying you've lost ARM. You don't get to use ARM instructions until ARM reauthorizes the contract.
Yeah. Your phone dies.
Yeah.
That would be good. And of course, as soon as that there's a breakup between those companies, Intel slides in hey guys, remember when we made x86 chips for phones? We'll do it again if you give us money.
Oh god, the return of MIPS. Yeah. Or as Austin brings up, yes, RISC-V. RISC-V has its potential. One of the all of a sudden RISC-V slides into your DMs.
Yeah. I mean, I could see, someone taking the reins on RISC-V and trying to make that a thing at some point. I could see Apple doing that if ARM doesn't work out for some reason, or Apple will just make its own instruction set at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, there is no good reason for Apple to stick with ARM. They have no actual obligation to this anymore.
Yeah, and as proven in the in some of their history, they're fine with being completely different than the rest of the computer industry. Oh, you want cross-compatible software, buddy? Too bad.
I mean, Apple with its chips they were already making customizations just for performance purposes. They were still ARM based, but they were designing their chips around the fact that they were examining apps in the store, identifying certain things that all of them did, and they were customizing for that sort of optimization. At that point, it's plain and simple. They could just develop their own instruction set and be done with this. It's not like it would be that hard. But yeah. We really don't need ARM at this point.
Also unclear.
We don't need Qualcomm.
It's just that meme image of all the flying cars, and it's society if we didn't have Qualcomm.
Yeah.
It would be, and also it's still unclear what's happening to ARM as a company, because they had to drop out of getting acquired by Nvidia. The UK wasn't going to let that happen. I guess understandably, after watching the last 5 years of fuckery the US has done with China.
Yeah.
Like literally at any point, like if you control ARM right now, you do control like basically the entire computer industry, or a massive chunk of it.
Outside of anything Intel does, yeah.
So that's understandable. I can see why, especially when you're the UK and you don't have a lot of like in tech industry stuff going on anymore. Like you had like, I think Dyson left, didn't they? I know that was like one of their other big tech companies, and I think their CEO was making a big deal about how they didn't like Brexit or something.
I mean, that would make a lot of sense.
Okay, yes, Dyson was founded in England, and then it moved to Singapore in 2019. Okay, that's what I was thinking of.
I mean, it really makes a lot of sense. I would probably do the same if I were in their shoes. Yeah,
so that'd be a whole fun thing. I think I saw now they're trying to become a publicly traded company. I think that's what was going to happen next. But yeah, anyway.
So Austin says that there is an AOSP RISC V build now. So, okay.
Cool.
I want Google to go logic gates to the wall with AI built chips on RISC V. We are probably so inefficient when designing chips in very modular ways compared to what would be best. Yeah, well, for sure. I mean, a lot of this stuff does come down to the fact that they're building chips. I know that this sounds like a dumb way to say it, but they're building chips almost the same way that like Minecraft builds their processors. Like people build out one structure and then it's just kind of a self-contained module package, whatever, that they just don't want to muck with. They don't want to have a bunch of other things all interconnected, because it's hard to do that when you can have, I forget what it's called. I wish I could remember, but it's you get electrical interference if too many things are too close to each other. You start getting radio interference. You've got heat issues. So the way they design things now, it's just they package it up so that they can kind of spread it out and calculate things more easily. But yeah, they could absolutely, if they wanted to, design it very differently and get a lot of other things working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of insane. Like I saw, I don't know if it was an article or just like a thread on Twitter or something, but someone was counting how many ARM cores a Mac has now. Because it's like they've got a lot of cores in the M1 chipset, and then like all of the other dedicated hardware is like ARM cores, like the MacBooks with the touch bar. Like the touch bar was basically its own computer. And then like the display controllers, like other stuff. So there's like over 100 like processor cores in this one computer. It's like,
yeah, okay. Imagine if you could actually put all those to use at one time.
See, yeah, overclock your CPU by like stealing power from your keyboard.
Oh my god. The mere fact that some of those chips are not getting put to much use, that does say a lot.
It's like the ultimate. It's how you get the best render times in Final Cut, is you like shut off power to your display and your keyboard and everything, and just let everything go. And then your computer catches on fire because those CPUs don't have cooling.
Yeah, and they have a weird like no throttle mechanism or something in them, which is also not true because they absolutely throttle, but
it'd be very funny.
Yeah.
Just imagining like there's like a big like lever on like the Mac Mini or something. That switches on this intense mode.
Oh jeez. Now I am just part of me is also thinking, how cool would that be if they also like if they put the processors in the right place? Bear with me as I say this. Wake up in the morning, cold, crisp morning up on the snowy mountain. You walk over to your computer, you turn it on, and you're like, you know what? It's too cold. And then you just turn on like a video conversion process, and it heats up your trackpad, your keyboard. All of them they run a little extra warm.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly, heated everything. It serves two purposes. Admit it, this would be excellent.
Yeah, they could sell that.
Yeah.
It'd also be good, and another emergency feature. Like, are you stuck in the wilderness and it's like -5 degrees outside?
Yes, turn on your magic trackpad and yourself.
Gather around the Apple Watch, kids.
Okay, let's be honest. One of these days, that's probably going to be an issue anyway.
It's gonna be very funny.
Oh yeah. So I don't know how we can beat up anymore on this, but
I mean, I wasn't expecting to talk about ARM chips for this long. But,
let's see. So
it's really tech news is really just still Elon Musk, and I'm again like there's almost not even a point in talking about this because we know he's an idiot and everything's gonna change tomorrow.
Note 7 Explosion Edition.
Oh.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So
everyone laying off everyone, that's the news.
Yeah. For those who didn't see it, oh wait, I forgot to pull this up, but yeah, so for anyone, oh hey, here's a link to it, or here's the thing. So Elon Musk wants Twitter employees to commit to, quote, extremely hardcore culture or leave. Now, first off, as I read this, I'm immediately just picturing the other definition of hardcore. Let's be honest, that'd make the Twitter offices way more interesting. Yeah, Austin, exactly. Opt in to stay employed. So, I mean, he's had people working already. Multiple people are sleeping in the offices, staying overnight just so that they can work as much as possible, which already...
Yeah, he had, like they did all the, like, Twitter Blue verification stuff in a weekend, and then that got tossed out in, like, a matter of hours. It got turned off.
I mean, matter of hours, it was, like, what, 3 days?
Well, the original thing.
Yeah.
I forget what it was before we got to the you can pay $8. I whatever it was. I don't know. Again, this is happening really fast.
Yeah, and I was talking to somebody else about this, and just I was saying every time I see an article, I have to specifically look for the dates that the article was posted, because even like the time of day, sometimes you have to look for everything to figure out, is this even current? Because something probably changed 6 hours later. And there have been multiple articles about how he just fired 10 people, 20 people, this number, that number, for this reason or that reason. And the list is piling up so fast. No one can keep track of this. Honestly, we kind of had an idea of how many Twitter employees were left after the first mass firing. But then we found out a bunch of contractors got dropped. Yeah. And then there's been this, and by bunch, I mean, it's 90% of Twitter's contractors. And then we've gotten this stream of, well, Elon just fired another 10, 20, however many people because they talk trash about him, or they made jokes on Twitter in some way that he decided was inappropriate, or name any other series of things. I'm just saying, like, it's literally impossible to keep up.
Yeah, like I don't. Yeah, and it got progressively worse. Like first it was we're firing all the executives because they made fun of me on Twitter, and also they won't do what I want. And then it was we're firing engineers, and then it's like, oh, we're firing every contractor that did like technical support or answered reported tweets, which like again like probably like Twitter probably needed all those people, but also like they were very lenient on what breaks Twitter rules and what doesn't. And then more firings. Yeah, it's just it's pretty incredible. Like this is one of those times where like you could make a compelling like conspiracy theory case that like he is trying to like destroy Twitter, but I don't think like it's like you could do that like just in the vast like number of decisions that very few people would make, especially in his position. You could make the conspiracy theory of like, oh yeah, he's trying to destroy like where all the woke people live, so they can't ruin Donald Trump's chances at the next election or whatever. But no, he's probably doing all this of his own free will.
Well,
and think he's gonna make Twitter better.
I think we can safely agree this is definitely of his own free will. I don't think he's being forced to do it, even by the voices in his head. But
yeah, like he's not being forced to like fire everyone who makes fun of him. I know he probably does have like some things he's like supposed to do or not do because of all the people he's borrowed money from to buy Twitter, but I don't think any of those people would be happy with what's going on right now. Like I don't think like whatever like Prince of Saudi Arabia invested in the deal is like, yeah, fire 95% of the people and make sure it doesn't work. I don't imagine that's what happened.
Yeah. So at this stage, I do wonder. I wonder what could possibly be involved in this because, specifically this new path for the so-called extremely hardcore. Now, just actually before I get too deep into it, I want to say, for anyone who is working at Twitter, who is even considering this, just consider for a second, unless he is offering you a lot better pay, and I doubt he is. And Twitter was already like low key, like a lot of people know, Twitter employees were generally getting paid pretty well. Unless he is offering a hell of a lot more, honestly, you're dumb if you stay. I don't normally like saying that because, hey, maybe someone really wants to, or maybe someone enjoys this kind of thing. Cheers. If you're that person, all right, good for you. But if you're sitting there thinking, you know what would be awesome? Working 16 hours a day for the same pay that you agreed to work 8 hours a day or 9 hours a day. Yeah, that's on you, man. You can go find another job. Fun fact, Silicon Valley has a lot of them. They're supposedly hiring left and right, which is funny because also a whole bunch of companies are firing left and right. I'm not sure how that works. But yeah, there are other companies out there. Just don't work at Twitter.
And like I know a lot of people stay in positions like that because like they think they're making it better, or like whatever they're working on is improving people's lives. That is not going to be the case with Twitter.
No.
Like Twitter fired all of its accessibility people. So like all the people that were trying to make Twitter more usable for a big chunk of the population that doesn't have a lot of usable technology. They're gone. All of their safety people are gone.
Their compliance people are gone.
Compliance people, legal people are gone.
Yeah. Well, all the people who were, you say all the legal people, all the people whose job it was to keep Twitter in the legal space.
Yeah.
They're gone. The lawyers who are there for suing or for defending against lawsuits, they're still there. And let's be honest, he's going to have to hire more of them. The rate they're going and the number of lawsuits that have already either been filed or are in the process of being filed. Oh my God, Twitter's going to be fighting legal battles for the next 5 years. Just from the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, like I think I saw there's a class action of people who got fired. I'm not sure.
Yep, there is.
Okay.
Sorry, 3 weeks now, I guess, we're coming up on 3 weeks. Yeah, there is a class action suit. I don't know that it's actually been filed yet, but I know that it's in the works. And the fact that he is supposedly offering, because I allegedly offering. Let's throw the word allegedly here. He is allegedly offering 3 months severance to anyone who doesn't agree to quote unquote extremely hardcore culture. You can't stop thinking of hardcore now, right?
No, I'm just thinking of like, this is like the same exact, I made a comment in the YouTube chat, but it's the same exact energy as like the people who are like, I need like the 10x or the 100x engineers. It's like the completely nonsensical shit.
Yeah. But the fact that they are being offered 3 months severance, well, all the other people were fired with no severance, many of which actually do have it in their contracts. And they were fired without notice, which is actually, whether or not that's legal is a bit of a question mark, but in California they have the WARN Act, which basically says that they would have had to at least pay out 1 month. I think it's 1 month. But maybe it was 2 months. Whatever. Anyway,
whoa. Imagine having laws that sometimes protect employees. That's wild.
Hey, speaking as someone who works for a company that absolutely does not believe in such things, wouldn't that be special?
What, Cody, you don't want to be a hardcore writer?
I did that for several years and got no protection. Let's anyway, but yeah, realistically, like, the class action suit is going to be a slam dunk for the fact that Elon is now offering severance. Like, this is a turnaround in the circumstances, and they're like, every single person who joins that class action is going to walk away from this with a fairly decent payout. Austin says, I think he backtracked on the severance to attempt to avoid the WARN Act because there wasn't any notice, although it's specifically still required. Yeah, but the WARN Act still applies to all those other people, so they will absolutely be suing the crap out of Twitter. And even if Twitter circles back and tries to offer it now, not that he's going to. Honestly, I think he's going to try to beat that in court, which he'd be an idiot to try, but I mean, idiot.
I don't know. Like, again, like, rich people rules. There was that whole thing where, like, he called some, like, back in that whole saga of, like, what was it, like, kids stuck in a cave in
calling the
somewhere
diver a pedo.
Yeah, and like, he won that lawsuit. So it's like, I don't know, like, he could, different rules for rich people, but he is like stacking a legal case as hard as he can against himself. And Austin said, how many employees are staying just to write a book in a year? Like, like everyone in Trump's cabinet is Twitter just the White House in 2018 now.
Okay, I actually wanted to address that comment because I do agree. There are definitely some people who are sticking around just because they want to be insiders on this. They want to be the ones who,
Yeah.
Some of them I think want to be the people who leak stuff.
Yes, yeah. Like like at least someone in there is giving all of these internal memos to like Bloomberg and The Verge. And
Yeah. Honestly, I'd be really surprised if somebody there wasn't like, listen, for every single thing I get, you pay me $20 and I will forward it all to you. You gotta figure that's happening. But I will say there is another contingent of people that I can explain why they're staying there. They are getting promoted. This happens. I've seen this happen at other companies. I've seen this happen fairly recently at another one. Not naming names. And yeah, it's one of those things. If you happen to be one of the people that sticks around, you typically end up getting a promotion. And this is, I would almost guarantee there are some faction of people there that are like, hey, I got hired last year. Now I'm like a mid-level manager just because. Like, that's happening. Or rather, at least within the next couple of months, it will happen. Anyone who sticks it out is going to get some sort of a free promotion. Just because they literally don't have anyone else to fill seats.
There's a lot of vacancies, yeah. And like I'm sure that there's just, probability statistics. There's got to be at least a couple people at Twitter who like Elon Musk and are fine sticking around, probably.
Yeah, there are also some loyalists.
Yeah.
What I really feel sorry for is all the Tesla engineers that got sucked over. Well, okay, I feel sorry for all of them, but I also feel sorry for the Tesla engineers who got sucked over, because right now Elon seems to be trusting them as if they are the geniuses and all the Twitter developers are idiots. That's the way he seems to talk, or at least that's the impression I'm getting from his talking. I can't wait for that to turn out to not be true, because it's been reasonably well demonstrated that that's not really the case, and it seems like it's probably going to continue proving more and more so. At which point, I'm kind of wondering when he's going to flip and be like, okay, all you Tesla engineers, you're either going back, or I've seen how you really are, so you're fired. One of those two things is probably going to happen, and all of a sudden there won't be any Tesla people left at Twitter, and then all of a sudden they'll go on like a hiring spree, which is basically just going to be a bunch of college students, because no one else will take jobs at Twitter.
Yeah, and that's like, what does Tesla do that's comparable to what Twitter does? Like, is there really any like transferable job skills there besides like whatever development environment? It's like Tesla has, I mean, they have like infrastructure for like their charging stations and whatever else the cars need to connect to occasionally, but
okay,
there's not a Tesla social network.
Well, there's not a Tesla social network, but if you want to get into it, like, there are actually some things. They do have a lot of software services that do interact with the various pieces of software running on their on Teslas themselves. So, for example, maps. They do have a number of services running in the car that very legitimately, like, network optimization is a thing. For as much as Elon went ranting about, what was it, 1,200 RPC calls just to load the home stream for a device, which of course turned out to be complete bullshit. I mean, it was kind of true, but all that stuff happens internally on the server side, and then they have a service that merges that stuff together and sends it as one packet. or well, not one packet, but one call containing multiple responses, or sorry, one response containing multiple responses, whatever, you know what I mean. But yeah, so it's already like there's already a big optimization step in there, and he didn't understand that, or seemingly didn't understand it. So yeah, not great, but that kind of thing, there definitely would be people in Tesla who have some of these skills. Does this apply to everything that happens at Twitter? Not even close. Twitter is a very different beast. So many things are different. Everything that these guys are coming over and doing, they've got to be they're, I'm sure, learning so much stuff, just desperately reading through books and blog posts and stuff like that, trying to do like the social network development for dummies level learning.
Yeah. Well, they're like reverse engineering their own like technology stack. Like, you know, there's some dude in Twitter headquarters who like opens up a door he's never opened before, and there's like a server rack. It's like, what the fuck is this for? What does this do?
Okay, I don't know if you saw it, but that's almost literally what one of the things that Elon Musk basically said, yeah, we're going to start doing. They're going to just start turning stuff off and see what breaks. He already said this. His whole, like, you probably saw the thing about they have, I don't remember what the number is now, but like hundreds of microservices or thousands of microservices.
Yeah, that thing.
Anyway, that conversation continued further, and if you read deeper into the thread, somebody commented on the microservices, and he said, yep, and you just don't know what's important until you turn it off and see what breaks. And that's their plan. Like, they very much literally are going to just start killing stuff and see what happens. Which, I mean, I get it. There is truth, and sometimes you just have to see what happens, but you generally don't need to do it while it's live.
And again, like, the funniest part about all this is, like, I think one of the Twitter engineers who got fired brought it up, but like, Twitter is a modern social network, so it has a lot of stuff in it that doesn't need to be there. There's a lot of stuff you can get. Like, we can get rid of spaces. That was not a good idea. That was like maybe an okay idea at one point, but now it was just entirely crypto people in there. Every time I opened that tab, it was like, you know, like 60 people in a circle talking about how great this token is. It's going to crash tomorrow.
You know, it's funny because almost every time I went scrolling through spaces, it was almost always I'm trying to think of a way to say this that properly captures what it was. I don't want to pin it down as just minorities, but it was a lot of people who were talking about how bad they have it. And
I mean, that's also what I use Twitter for. Every time I subtweet my former employers, not my current employers.
Yes.
Just in case they're watching.
But yeah, there was a whole lot of that. And the thing is, though, I can see why Elon would want to keep around spaces just because his crypto people are in there. Yeah. Let's be honest, he likes those people.
Yeah, like, spaces were dumb. I'm sure at this point you can probably rip out like all the live streaming stuff, like whatever's left of Periscope. I don't see normal, like, I know the brands sometimes still use that, but I think you can probably get rid of that. You know, you could rip out I'm sure it's probably already gone, but bringing back fleets would be nice. I like fleets. Okay, that was fun.
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not convinced that a lot of this. Well,
it wouldn't do anything for Twitter.
None of this stuff changes the trajectory.
But, like,
It doesn't matter if you bring back or kill any one of these features. That's really not what matters right now to Twitter. These things are about keeping people there longer once they're on there. But right now their problem is keeping people on there at all. Yeah. And I don't just mean the users, but also their employees. I mean, you can't bring back or even successfully kill some of these features when you don't have employees working there. And that's kind of the condition I feel like they're in. They've chased off so many of their developers. They've chased off so many users, which yay for Mastodon. I mean, this has been fantastic for Mastodon.
Oh yeah. Yep. It's been fun every time now I make posts over there and I get like easily.
You get reactions?
Yeah, I get like actual like replies. Like people like say like, oh, that's cool. Like I did this, I think it was yesterday. I was switching my Hulu account to the ad plan, and I took a screenshot of their like 15 different plans, and I just posted like, I don't know if we need this many plans, and I posted that to Twitter and Mastodon, and the Twitter got like, one reply that was like a joke. It was a good joke, but it was one, and the Mastodon got like 5 or 8. Yeah, I'm sure part of that is like we're still in this phase where it's like it's like, hey, glad you're here. I'm like, come over here, we can talk, like that kind of energy. But I mean, like that's always been the case with well, it's always been the case with Mastodon for me because there were a lot fewer people before last month.
Yeah.
So but yeah, it's good stuff. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more growing pains for Mastodon, especially in terms of moderation. I've not had any problems with this so far, probably because I'm a straight white dude on the internet, so I don't usually have very much in the way of online harassment. But
I mean, are you not listening to all the people who say that we're now the targets of everything?
Yeah, I'm getting replaced over here.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
We are the victims. Yeah. Damn it.
Yeah, literally the one time I had like an actual like harassment campaign was when I ran that me IRL meme Twitter account. I don't know if this was years ago.
Yeah, I have no familiarity with this.
Okay. Well, I at one point I ran a Twitter account that was mirroring the me IRL Reddit, which is just like memes, and I got a lot of followers. And at some point there was this guy, the subreddit kept screenshotting this one guy's tweets. Like this was like one of like back when Twitter had like a million like joke accounts, and they're all like saying the same like not really that funny jokes, but they got posted to Reddit all the time. And this one guy got really pissed at me because the bot was essentially, because it came from Reddit, the bot was posting screenshots of his tweets instead of like, I guess, retweeting them or whatever. And I was like, it's a bot. Like it's a bot, and also it's not being like abusive in any way.
Yeah,
like it's not like, oh, my bot reposted your social security number, I'm sorry about that. And he got mad at me, and I think he DM'd me on Instagram and was like, if you don't stop, I'm gonna like get all my followers to attack you. And I don't know if I responded or not, but I woke up the next day and I had like DMs like making fun of my face and calling me not nice names. That wasn't that pleasant, but it was like 10 people. So not that big of a deal, but it was still very weird and annoying.
So all of his followers plus all of their friends.
Yeah. I mean, it was like a big, like I still see that person pop up on Twitter. Like every once in a while someone will retweet them. But it was very weird. So yeah, that's the most harassment I've gotten online, I think. Outside of the comment section on Android Police was not really a coordinated attack campaign, but it was very persistently terrible and made me feel bad. So
well, it definitely wasn't coordinated.
No.
That part's definitely true.
No.
Those people couldn't coordinate themselves even on a good day. But yeah, well, the internet as a whole is just a hostile, messy place. I mean,
Yeah, but
just look
yeah.
at YouTube.
So anyway, all that is to say, like, I think Mastodon might have more problems with it in the future, but so far they're doing okay. Like I've seen, like a lot of the admins have been pretty proactive about seeing new like free speech servers pop up and just immediately completely server block them. So that's cool.
Yeah, and you know, it's terrible that has had to become the thing. We look for the people who are saying they're giving the excuse of good things in order to do bad things. Yay internet. But yeah, this is just the future that we're gonna have to face. And this is one of the reasons why I think ultimately in the long run Mastodon is maybe going to be a bit of a short-lived trend. Though when I say short-lived, I'm talking 2 to 3 years, maybe 5 of like massive appeal, or fairly massive appeal. But I do think something will replace it. But that's a conversation from last week.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. You know, I could see its time with general people being kind of fleeting, and then it retreats back to being a nerdy tech thing. But I mean, I haven't really seen that yet. Like, there's still a lot of like what I would call like normal people on there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or like not, you know.
Well, it hasn't been oversaturated yet. I mean,
Right.
Technically it was in terms of server resources, but
Right.
yeah, Mastodon hasn't been saturated to the point that we have all the terrible people really mucking it up for everybody else. That group is due to come in a few weeks.
Well, they are, but they're staying in the instances that get server blocked.
Yeah,
Almost immediately, and then they can just talk to themselves about how much they, you know, like Trump or whatever, or don't like Trump. I guess no, they don't.
yeah. Yeah, I just think that they're eventually going to get tired of living in their sandbox. Or rather, I think they're already tired of living in their sandbox, but they are eventually going to get more antsy.
I don't know, because like honestly, I will eventually do a Check Tales about this, but like just this never-ending cycle of far-right social medias, like they never learn. Like it's always like this one pops up and pretends that they say they like want to do free speech, and then all the conservatives flock over to them, and then some of them go too far, because that's what happens when you appeal to those people. Like someone's gonna post child porn or threaten to like shoot up a school, and then they'll have to do some rules, and then they're like not a free speech zone anymore, and then someone else will make one, and they all flock to that.
Yeah.
This has happened so many times, and they don't seem to ever learn.
Well, but every time that happens, there's also some portion of them that kind of shear off and go back to the thing that everyone else has been doing that isn't getting taken down or sued into oblivion, or usually more just blocked into oblivion. And they go infest that space, cause trouble there, and eventually they get banned or moderated out. And then that process repeats again and again, and
Yeah,
but
like
eventually
there was yeah.
Eventually they try to crowd a place, and they'll create new accounts and cause new trouble. And unfortunately, Mastodon is in that position where, since all the servers are independently run, there is no good way to keep all those people out. Like, they'll just create new accounts on different instances, and that is the forever problem.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, it's difficult. There are definitely like kind of what you were saying. There are definitely spaces where it's not like under their radar, but just for whatever reason, it doesn't have that critical mass of like being completely drained from the internet. Like like Daily Stormer and 4chan is still a pretty terrible place.
Yeah, that's never
And
ending.
famously, Kiwi Farms until very recently managed to stay alive thanks to the very cool company Cloudflare. When everyone asked them nicely, "Hey, can you please stop posting this website that's like actual murdering people, like people exchanging information about how to stalk a trans person and get them to kill themselves?" Cloudflare was like, "I don't know. I think I like free speech.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to do that."
Well, when there's money.
But that's the funny part is like your one website, you're gonna cause this PR nightmare for yourself and also kill people. For
Okay.
like what's that one site probably paying, like maybe a couple $100
Okay,
at the most?
I agree, but I'm gonna throw a bit of a counterpoint. We know about one.
Noted Kiwi Farms defender Cody Toombs, but put that in the record.
That's not even what I'm saying.
I know
Corbin,
it's not.
get out of here. But no, uh, Kiwi Farms is one. I'd be shocked if Cloudflare is not going to get just quiet, like not quiet. Obviously, this will be somewhat public, but no one will notice it. Like it's not going to make news cycles. I bet there's a couple hundred others that are getting reported, and people are saying they're just as bad as Kiwi. Like,
Oh yeah,
that's just they're the same problem. Why are you still hosting them? And yeah, when I say 100 or 200, I bet it's even more than that. It's probably a couple thousand.
it is probably more, but like honestly, I bet a lot of those would be on like the free plans, like that kind
Maybe.
of stuff. I don't know if Cloudflare. Well, I don't know. I forget the exact setup Kiwi Farms had. I don't know if they were on like one of the paid like DDoS plans, or maybe they had their domain through Cloudflare at that point, because Cloudflare does do that. They're a domain registrar, which I was gonna move my domains to at one point, but not only did they not support half of the endings I own, but also then all this stuff happened. So
Yeah.
I don't use them anymore. But yeah, but like all those got to be like, they're not paying very much, especially if they're small sites. Like Cloudflare's making all their money from like enterprise customers, like Microsoft. You know, Microsoft can give Word away for like $1 a month because the United States federal government will pay a lot more for it.
Yeah. But yeah, all things considered, I wouldn't be surprised if Cloudflare, someone in there was probably making the argument, if we take this one down, we're going to have to take down a bunch of others. And there probably is some actual money attached to that. I'm not saying it's necessarily that much, but I can see why somebody who, for no political reason, might have looked at that and said, wait a second, can we find a way not to do this? Because, they're incentivized.
Once again, this is again another capitalism corrupts everything.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, it's the same way that SEO people at websites will argue that it's good to do terrible things. It's good to push for promoting products that are terrible, or why sites might push deals for things that are not really deals. Your 5% discounts and such.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not subtweeting at all.
Yeah. So, I'm kind of surprised Mastodon is still popping. Every time I look at that account that
the one that tracks new users.
Yeah, like it's like still like what was the last one? Last one was this reported 2,000 new accounts in the past hour, which is down a lot from a week ago, but still, like, that's a lot of people on top of everyone who already showed up, and at least some of them are sticking around. Obviously, there's a huge number of accounts being made that's people looking at it for 5 seconds and then deciding not to do anything, like Twitter.
Well, yeah. Plus, there's some portion of that is also, I believe, people who are moving from one place to another because it's not counting the account that was effectively deactivated, but it does count the addition of a new account as it's being activated for the movement. So, yeah, I'm sure the numbers are maybe not as good as that account makes it appear, but they're still good. Like, there's no question that new people are showing up. And
yeah, like every time I look at my notifications, I see a couple like real people.
Oh yeah,
that, like follow me.
No, and my notifications, every time I glance over, it's holy crap. Here are, I've gotten a lot of journalists, a lot of developers, a lot of scientists, which is interesting. I'm not sure how they're stumbling onto me, but yeah, a lot of those people. I've also seen, I've seen some, I guess our corner of the internet famous people. Mike Elgin just followed me. Let's see. Oh my God, why am I suddenly blanking on his name? The guy from All About Android.
Jason?
Jason Howell, yes.
Jason Howell, yeah, I forgot his last name.
Yeah,
he found me.
I don't know why that suddenly left me. Sorry, Jason.
Okay. Sorry, Jason, you're so nice. We've harmed you.
Well, it's funny because 9 times out of 10, I am going to remember Jason Howell's name way earlier than I would Mike Elgin. It's just Mike literally popped up in my notifications this morning or last night or something, and so his name was on the top of my head, and somehow it replaced Jason's for a moment. Carson, does Mastodon do verified badges? The answer to that is a bit of a yes and a no. They do not do verified badges in the way Twitter does. Though if you want, you can be an a-hole and put the emoji, Twitter's verified emoji, next to your name, because some people think that's clever.
Yeah, servers can make emoji, and then you can put any emoji from the server in your name. So a lot of people have put verified next to their name, which is very funny.
I guess.
And annoying to read through.
Honestly, it really is annoying. But they do also have a verified function. And the way this works is basically on a different website, you put a link to your profile, and it has to have a specific tag in the link. And you then, on your Mastodon profile, you put that link in, and basically, this is a way that if Mastodon will reach out to that site, check for a verification link pointed back to your profile. If it sees one, then it will mark that as basically a verified address. So it's kind of a way of saying, yes, we've checked, and this person seems to at least be the person they say they are from that site.
Yeah, like to use an example, on my website, Corbin.io, I put a link to my Mastodon profile with the extra little HTML thing you have to have in there. And then when I added Corbin.io to my Mastodon account, it saw that page had that tag in it, and it was like, okay, you're good. And it put a it's highlighted in green, that's verified. So it's verification based on where else you are on the web, which I think is probably what Twitter should have been doing this whole time. And it's also almost exactly how Google verifies what websites you own and that kind of stuff. So it's pretty nice. Although it does mean that usually you have to have HTML access to the page. So I've seen you can't have your Twitter link as verified, because there's no way for you to set custom HTML on Twitter. And I saw some people mentioning that they were trying to do this with their GitHub profile, because you can kind of do some custom HTML on GitHub. But apparently they were stripping the little attribute that Mastodon looks for. But if you put your Mastodon link as your website in GitHub, that doesn't strip it, and that works. And then you can, after it's verified, you can change it back to whatever.
Yeah.
So like there's stuff like that where it's like just a consequence of the web. Like most websites on user generated content will strip out HTML because that's how like all security attacks happen. So that is a little annoying, but like it's still infinitely better system than what Twitter came up with.
In its ways, like I get why Twitter has
definitely for like individuals.
Yes, yeah. For genuinely like Twitter's thing for quote unquote celebrities and politicians. Honestly, good thing. Like it needed to be there. It worked. It helped. The fact that it became a thing that random nobodies were getting, and in many cases it was being handed out to like creeps who were pushing political agendas and creating like garbage podcasts just so they could claim to be politically relevant. Like that kind of stuff became Twitter's problem. And that was even before Musk, long before Musk. But for those who are watching this, the video on stream, I've got Corbin's profile up right now, and you can see what a verified versus unverified link looks like. Obviously, the one that's verified has the check next to the name Corbin.io. That's the website, and then Twitter down below is an unverified link. So yeah, this is basically a way of saying, hey, if this is the account that is associated with the account or website or whatever somewhere else.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and also
very notoriously, this is a problem for a lot of writers because writers almost never have access to control the HTML on the site they write for. So it would be impossible for most of us to ever actually be verified by the sites we write for.
Well, I do.
Huh?
I do, but that would be a little bit weird if I verified something on How To Geek for me. I am Mr. How To Geek, as you can see from my Mastodon profile.
Yes. Well, I mean, if we could verify from our author pages.
Yeah, I can't do that. I don't think.
Exactly, and
well, I don't know, maybe.
I know that we can't do that on Valnet sites, so it wouldn't do any good to try. It was a possibility back when Android Police was just Android Police. Because
Carson said,
oh, go ahead. Carson
said, you've got a very nice domain, Corbin. Thank you. I pay like $60 a year for it because like I think it's I forget who owns IO. I want to. I think it's a country. IOTLD. Oh, wait. Hey Nils, how are you doing? I forget. I forget what country has IO, but they're charging more for it. Although the country that has the biggest win there is the Federated States of Micronesia, which owns .fm.
Yeah, so that's right.
They've made some money back from them, and good for them. I guess.
They charge an arm and a leg for .fm.
Yeah, that's why TechTales is a .com. I'm not paying them.
Yeah. Anyway, so
Nil said Iowa. I mean, what? Oh, it's the normally assigned to the British Indian Ocean Territory.
Because I'm sure tons of websites are being set up for that.
Yeah, but now it says it's operated commercially by affiliates. Okay, so now it's like Google does this. Google owns a lot of TLDs that they sell you.
Yeah,
so that's what happens when you already kind of own the internet.
Yep. Well, technically, they did have to pay a lot of money to be able to register those TLDs. But, they're making way more in return every year.
It's funny that had a TLD at all. Like Wikipedia says, the only inhabitants of the British Indian Ocean Territory are British and United States personnel and associated contractors. And it's this very tiny island, very south of India. What population Yeah, 3,000. So why did they have a website ending?
Nice.
That's very funny.
I could see there being maybe like a government function to that, or military, I suppose. I don't know, but
I mean, it's they already got .uk. I don't know what else, or .co.uk. I don't know. They don't need to be greedy.
well, at the time they created this, that probably wasn't thought of as greedy. It was just, yeah, screw it, you know. Let's shovel out a few TLDs that won't get used, and then, but that was before everyone realized, oh,
Yeah.
.com is going to actually get used up.
Yeah, and then developers were like, haha, it's funny, like IO on the computer.
Yep.
And then they bought it. And yeah, Carson said Google's TLDs are like the same price as .com. Yeah, they're cheap once they finish the period of like only companies can buy this.
The land rush period, yeah.
Yeah, I covered that. They just did this for .rsvp, where like they let some companies get in like before it was even open, and then they were like, all right, first day it's like $10,000 or something like that, and then it goes to like 3,000, and it's like $200, and then it's normal. But it was very funny.
Yeah, and I remember the same thing happening with .app. That was, at least briefly, a really big one, especially since Google was handing out free .app domains for Google I/O attendees. That was hilarious.
And that's a good TLD.
It is a good TLD, but it's also funny because they were doing this basically just. It's kind of like drugs. The first hit is free. Your first year is free. Yeah. And then after that, please pay $60 or
that's like whatever. Yeah, that's every domain registrar. They're like, you can get a .com here for like $1. Yeah, and then it will be more. But yeah, and well, also .app was I don't know if it was the first, but it was one of the first TLDs where literally a browser will not resolve it unless there's a functioning SSL certificate.
Yeah,
which always made testing fun because it's like your certificate doesn't work, your page isn't gonna load at all. But yeah, so I'm kind of hungry, so I'm probably gonna go unless there's something super duper cool that's left. I don't think there is.
I've got a bit of a rant, though. I also have to go. This is kind of weird, but I have to go take care of something.
Okay, so I can complain while you take care of something, and then you come back and I'll go. You can trade out.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. But I will be back momentarily.
Okay.
And I'll put this on focus for you.
Wow, I'm taking over. Hello, everyone. This is my show now. I've taken over. What do you want to talk about? New host, yes. I am new Cody. You have to bring up something to talk about, or else I'm just gonna talk about whatever's on my mind, which is gonna be boring because I don't have a lot happening right now. Except software dev stuff. Let's talk about Android Auto Cool Walk. Yes, the new Android Auto update that I have not played with at all is I saw. I know from the I haven't read anything about this, but from the glances I saw, it did look a lot like CarPlay, what Apple's thing. Because I hadn't had an iPhone in really since the 3G, and I got an iPhone SE a couple months ago. So obviously I've tried Apple CarPlay now a couple times, and honestly, I think it's better than Android Auto. It's because the one thing I noticed is, number one, when I use CarPlay, it is much smoother than Android Auto in the same car. I don't know if it's just my car or something else, but Android Auto feels like it's going at like 25 frames per second, 30 frames, something like that, maybe 40. But like CarPlay, it seems like it's really close to 60 FPS, and it feels really nice. Like scrolling back and forth is really nice. Also, CarPlay kind of has like an app. I know Android Auto does this too, where it has like an app layout. But with CarPlay, it looks a little bit more like a phone, and you can change like the wallpaper background, which is kind of fun. You can't set your own image, but they do have multiple choices. And the main view is like what I've seen on the new Android Auto, where it's got like sort of like multiple windows. You've got like your maps and then your music player and everything else. The one thing I will say I don't like about Apple CarPlay is it's, unless you're in that combined view where it shows like your music player and like your calendar events and your map, you can't really control music at the same time as you've got your like everything else going on, which is annoying because I want to be in the full screen map view most of the time, which means when I want to like change a song, unless I can click a like a button on my car, I have to go I have to close maps and go to the other app and then switch back. But Android Auto just puts like the whole play controls thing on the bottom of the screen all the time, which is nice. Austin said, I like it, but I wish I could arrange the screen myself. My car has a weird aspect ratio because it has software climate control buttons. Oh no, that sounds terrible. Oof. Okay, let me look at this new Android Auto thing. So does this work for car, like all Android Auto cars, or is it just ones that have wider screens? Because all the pictures I'm seeing are like wider screens, and my car does not have that. It's like a, I don't think it's 16 by 9. It's a little bit taller. Hold on, I'm gonna get, I don't want there to be dead air, but I need to get more water because I'm continuing to talk. But okay, it adapts to the ratio. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll try it whenever it rolls out more widely, whenever I go back to my S21. But Android Auto definitely needed some work after I've used CarPlay. CarPlay's almost entirely a much better experience. Austin said, let's tell bad AP stories. I mean, honestly, that was so long ago now that I don't have a lot of like specific examples I can think of. Yeah, I don't like, I don't know if I have anything that's like so general that someone wouldn't watch this later and recognize it's this person. Yeah, nothing's coming to mind. Also, you know, a lot of not fun experiences at my former employer XDA, but I don't want to talk about that quite at this time. I think that'd be unwise. But yeah, anyone listening to Tech Tales podcast? Maybe, perhaps. I am working on an outline for the next. I've been doing a series on Tech Tales, which is what's the website? techtalesshow.com. You can listen to it in your favorite podcast app. And I've been doing a series with Cody about Internet Explorer, the entire history of Internet Explorer. We're on episode 4 now. I've got episode 5 partially written, and I'm not even to the year 2000 yet. So It's going to be a lot more of that. And yeah, I'm also working on a Tech Tales episode about Sagus. So that's going to be fun. Hopefully we'll record that soon. Carson said Tech Tales and Cody's Mindspace should just merge and form an LLC. No. These are very different formats. I would never want to edit one of these live streams. That sounds like a living hell. But we can be in the same cinematic universe. Like right now. I think that works well. Also, either Cody's streams would need to take off significantly, or Tech Tales needs to take off significantly. Because as it stands, if we were a company, we wouldn't have a lot of operating revenue. So that have to change. No one has asked to sponsor Tech Tales quite yet. I'm sure I'll get an email from like Audible at some point. I don't know if Audible is as aggressive about podcast ads these days. It might be someone else. Probably some weird free-to-play game. Or from that one server company. Oh yeah. I don't know if they do like podcast ads. Austin said, you just need to become more controversial and conspiracy theory oriented, and Spotify will buy you. Yeah, that's my problem. Is I don't, especially there's like a lot of yeah, well, definitely I need to be more racist for Spotify to pay attention to me, or I need to be a true crime podcast. Those are the two very hot things right now. Is either you need to be a several white dudes on a podcast talking about how much you hate women, or you need to be a true crime podcast. Those are your two options for taking off. Unfortunately, I don't do either of those things. Carson said back then for the AP podcast. Yeah, I had I think it wasn't DigitalOcean, it was the other one.
I has returned.
Hello.
So, have you finished your shilling for crypto scams?
Yeah, I just finished, and then we talked about Android Auto.
Oh.
Carson said, welcome back, Corbin.
Well, hey, Android Auto is secretly a crypto scam, and we all know it.
Austin said, just start writing the Twitter episode of Tech Tales now and turn it into a full feature.
I said the same thing.
Cody's already said that, yeah.
Well, okay, what I proposed, and I genuinely think this is something that should happen. Do the early days of Twitter. That's actually totally on brand for Tech Tales. It's not crossing any of Corbin's particular goals with Tech Tales that I seem to recall. Yeah, I think early days of Twitter is actually a good story to tell, and people would be interested in it.
I mean, like, I definitely would like to do a how Twitter burned and crashed in like two, like that. My problem is I want to wait for most of the events to be over, so I'm not gonna do a like current Twitter thing anytime soon.
Yeah, no.
But I would love to do it. But if I do it, the problem right now is that there's so much. Depending on what I want to talk about, that's like a lot of episodes, and that's a lot of it. And one thing I have noticed is that there is like again, like I'm not making Tech Tales for like other people to the highest extent. I'm making it because I want to do it. But I have noticed that when I do a series, there's like a drop off in episodes compared to just like a one thing. Like I'll do if I look at If I look at the Spotify, not Spotify, the SoundCloud stats right now, like the latest episode in the Internet Explorer, it has like 100 plays, and the Movie Club episode before that has 130. Like, just an example, like there's a lot of people who just have it like auto download, so the numbers aren't like a good representation. But there is like a certain number of people who are like, I'm just gonna ignore this part of a series because I haven't listened to the first one, or I don't care about the topic at all, and that's fine. So I try, like, I don't want to do like entirely multi-episode series for that reason. Also, because that's just a lot of work, and I like, you know, occasionally having the just one hit thing. But so that would be a lot of episodes. So if a lot of people who listen to this didn't care about Twitter, that would be unfortunate for the numbers. Again, like I'm not that laser focused on listener counts, but it is something I have noticed.
Right. Which you bring up Movie Club, and we do need to one of these days get a couple more of those on the books.
Yes, there will be more movie clips. The I received no negative or really positive interactions about the first Movie Club episode, so I think it's fine.
You received indifference.
Yeah, I don't think there were any like comments on the YouTube about it. So I think that's fine.
I didn't actually understand what it was about, but somebody on Twitter did nag us about the last Tech Tales episode about some pronunciation. Yeah. I'm not sure who they were actually trying to call out.
I forget. It was about what color the Macs were, and we said, I think, like the Bondi blue wrong or something, but
oh yeah, okay, I wouldn't have said that part.
I don't know if it because I know you were quoting stuff, and I might have said that. I don't know who it was, but either way, I also still I got like every once in a while someone will comment, you're saying Mac OS X, it's actually Mac OS 10.
Oh, yeah,
those people are wrong. They're wrong.
I know technically they believe that they're right, but yeah, they're wrong.
Yeah, I pronounce many things wrong. That is not one of them.
Exactly.
That's the correct one.
I will hold to this day that you can't use letters by themselves out of context and expect anyone to actually follow your naggy belief structure on it. Especially because it was always followed by another number. Like, yeah. It was always Mac OS X, and then like a 3 or a 4. Well, actually the 3s and 4s didn't last that long, but or they went into the cat names. Like, yeah, no, no one's gonna convince me that it's anything but Mac OS X.
David said, do an FTX episode. It'd be a rant on how much crypto sucks.
I don't know. I don't think there's that much information about FTX yet.
Yeah, that's still in Ravel. Like I've thought about doing like some older crypto stuff, and I might do it eventually. My issue with crypto though is like I'm not a like finance person.
Yeah.
So like I feel like with a lot of this I could not like adequately explain why this stuff is terrible. I just like hate it from like a technical standpoint. And also because it's a repeated scam. Like I might do it, but also like that's one reason like I haven't done it yet. I'm just like, that's a lot to do, and I'd rather do stuff I know about, like Internet Explorer. Like I am a web developer. I know this. I wasn't alive for half of this, but I'm familiar with how it works.
Yeah.
But
also, stuff in the finance space has well, this is true everywhere, but the stuff in the finance space has a really bad habit of kind of you know that saying, history is written by the winners or whatever. It's stuff in the finance space has a really strong tendency to sort of land in that sort of revisionist history. Whoever is on one side of it kind of tells the story their way. And I mean, again, this happens in everything. but it's really bad there. At least when it
Yeah.
comes to internet stuff or computer history. Yes, tons of it is written by the winners, but generally speaking, that's because they were the actual winners. In finance, it gets twisted a lot.
Yeah, this is also the same thing as like when you get into like food industry. Like you get to the point where like, oh yeah, like the way we have certain things is like because like Coca-Cola dumped a lot of money on this law or something like that, or funded all this peer research into why this other thing's bad. But yeah, so I might eventually do some crypto stuff, but there's like a lot of other stuff I can do that doesn't require me to have like a fundamental understanding of economics. So I'm gonna do that first.
Also, and let's be honest, if you start spending a lot of time researching crypto stuff, it is going to rot your soul.
Yeah,
just through and through,
and also,
you're gonna hate it.
Yeah, and also then I have crypto people maybe sometimes finding me and calling me mean things, which hasn't stopped me, but it's just like another annoying thing. I don't really feel like that right now. But Carson said 100 views is pretty good. Yeah, the audio tracks, like the RSS feed for Tech Tales, a lot of those episodes have like 100, 150 lists, but those are like plays. So like famously with podcast analytics, there's like no data because this is all, all I can track is when a audio file was loaded. So I don't know if that's someone who listened to it all the way through. I don't know if that's someone who just like I have a lot of podcasts where like my phone just auto downloads the latest episode. I might never listen to it. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you don't know when the audio track was loaded. You know it was downloaded.
Yeah. So that number ends up mostly just being an indicator of like how many audio subscribers I have, kind of, which is still a good metric, but like I don't know what attention span is. On YouTube, I get unless something hits like YouTube search, like has happened a couple times accidentally, I'll get like maybe 10 views, but those views are like, YouTube tells you like how long someone watches your video, and the averages for those are pretty high. Like I think the newest Internet Explorer episode has like 7 views, and the average played is like 14 minutes, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and so, YouTube also undercounts total watch time by a lot, actually. It's I've done a little bit of testing, and I've also just it, like, you can tell if you watch stuff and you see where the playhead thinks you stopped watching something. It's never where you actually stopped watching. It's always like several minutes beforehand. So yeah, there's YouTube underrates.
Yeah.
They also, I think, underrate views sometimes, but not as much. I know they do it for live streams. I've had huge problems with them underrating live streams, as I'll see like 3 people actively commenting in the room, and it shows like concurrent viewers 1 or 0, and it's like
that's not right.
yeah thanks guys, but you're wrong.
Yeah. David said it's just me downloading on my 100 phone.
yeah
I mean, like it is interesting. I can get, again, like, this is also SoundCloud data, which apparently isn't like that accurate. Like but it is funny. I can see when like someone downloads the entire backlog at once, because like it does give me like a region breakdown, and it's like this one, like you got like one day I'll have like 1 download in New York and 1 download in Atlanta, and then it'll be like this one town in Ohio had 100 downloads. I'm like, oh, okay, he just downloaded the whole thing. Yep. That's probably one person.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah. So like, but yeah, there has been like pretty steady growth with this, which is nice, partially because I've been spamming it on Twitter. which is one of the reasons I won't delete my Twitter even if it gets bad, because that's where people keep asking for podcast recommendations and then they get spammed.
Yeah.
But now, I don't know what the conversion rate will be long term, but now TechTales has, I believe, 2 or 3 times more followers on Mastodon than Twitter. Because it got a shout out by one of the like Mastodon accounts that like shows people to follow, and also I did a like introductions on there like twice. So, yeah, it's doing pretty good. Again, I still don't get like a ton of comments and that kind of stuff, but again, it's doing well. I'm making this for myself. I'm having about as much fun with it now as I did when it was getting like 3 plays. So, this is just my fun hobby thing. People can listen to it, they cannot. That's fine. I'm mostly making this because it's fun.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Obviously, it's nice and more people download it, but I'm not like sitting down like, how do I make something that will get the most, interaction, or how do I, like the one thing that they like tell you to do on YouTube constantly is like make videos about like what people are like searching for right now. And I'm like, no, I'm literally never gonna do that because it takes me like like a week or 2 to get like a good outline going because I don't have a lot of spare time for this.
I mean, some of that stuff I think is very possible. Like, again, Twitter, old.
Yeah, if
Twitter
I do Twitter
story,
right this second,
yeah,
maybe.
People are searching for Twitter. It would be a thing. It's not like that topic is going to go away in the next week. So yeah, if you had at least a moderately quick turnaround time for what you've done, you could do that. It's feasible, and there's enough background on Twitter that you wouldn't have trouble finding it. But yeah, in general, I've seen so many YouTubers talk about the try to make content that your followers are gonna want and what they're gonna like. And then I've seen some of the other way more successful YouTubers who get up and say, yeah, don't do that. If you do that, you're gonna burn out in like 6 months. You're gonna hate it. And then when you do switch to the stuff you like, because eventually you're going to, your followers are all going to be like, yeah, no, we're not into this. This isn't what we signed on for. And they leave you. So it doesn't work. Just make the stuff you want. And then eventually people will either decide they like you and follow you, or they want the stuff that you're making because you're making it already. Yeah, but the moment that you try to switch things, you lose half of your subscriber base really quick.
Yeah, and like I've gotten some weird, like YouTube's been interesting because I get like weird traffic on YouTube. Like it shows up in search for like things that I feel like no one is searching for, or I don't know, just like puts it in, and like, because I know like when I search something on YouTube that has like 5 videos about it in existence, it'll put like more random stuff below that. I don't know if that's happening for me or not, but but I know one thing I was getting a lot of search traffic on, I don't know if it stopped, is the episode about Intel Itanium, which is like,
no one is searching YouTube for Itanium.
Yeah, it's a dead CPU architecture. But like I was getting a lot of like search traffic for. I'm like, why is, and of course that's the episode with like the worst audio quality out of anything I've uploaded. So of course that's the one that's gonna get more attention. But
yeah, whatever. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, and then there's the fun, the gambling with like YouTube shorts. Like I've made some YouTube shorts for TechTales that are just like me trimming the audio down to a minute for something in an episode, and like I did one and it got like 300 views. Like YouTube does the thing where they try it with a couple hundred people, and if no one cares, then like it drops dead. And I had one that got 1,000 views, so YouTube picked it up a little bit, and I got like 4 subscribers from that. I don't know if those people will, you know, listen to the normal episodes when they come out. But that's nice.
Just had the weirdest random thought. The way that I have us lined up for our video feeds, if I just crop down to that would be almost the exact right aspect ratio for YouTube Shorts. I just have to go back through a whole bunch of our videos or the live streams and just clip it down to, you know, a tight 45 seconds of us ranting just as enthusiastically as possible.
Or you find the things that sound the worst out of context.
That too.
Yeah. I was trying to find. Okay, YouTube search. Yeah. Okay, so in the past 28 days on my YouTube Studio, when I click YouTube search, which is 30% of TechTales traffic, the biggest chunk of that is Itanium. No idea why. And also,
you're never gonna know.
Yeah, like one person searching for Hackers 1995, so they got the new movie episode, and then one person searching for Arca OS, which is that new OS 2 version that we covered in one episode. So, yeah, just weird stuff there, but yeah. So, I'm gonna try to record one episode on Sunday. I'm not entirely sure if that's going to happen or not, but we'll see.
Not that it's in any way the same, but this just got me mildly curious to look at my main channel. I love that it's my main channel, but I post very little to it. I've mostly just been posting like sample footage from things or like video that just kind of adds to a review, basically. And I noticed my DJI drone sample footage actually not doing too bad. It's a little over 750 views, and that's an unlisted video. It's only visible through the review. So yeah, it's not bad. Most of the others are doing pretty mediocre numbers. I'm actually genuinely surprised that my microphone thing, hardly any views. Very, very much, almost none. There's actually more from the call quality sample footage from an earbuds review. Though to be fair, the whole point of that was to say that those earbuds were so terrible at call quality that like they needed to be called out. So
yeah.
I mean, I literally recorded voicemails using these things, and the audio quality is so bad, it's like scratchy, it cuts out, it's terrible. So yeah, there was good reason for that, but still. Kind of surprised the microphones did so poorly.
Yeah, I did go back because someone was talking about headphones, and I mentioned that I reviewed like one pair of Sony headphones for Android Police a while ago, and I, included microphone samples in that review, and they didn't survive the CMS transition, so those are just lost to time.
Oh, so much stuff did not survive at all. Basically my entire history of teardowns. I mean, the articles are still there and stuff is still there, but man, it just got butchered. All the sample, or not all the samples, but like all the XML and code and everything that got posted, yeah, that stuff looks just nightmarish. Yeah,
and that's like most of the stuff I'm finding for this are text, but it does really make me appreciate when I go to CNET's website, and CNET's website is not a good experience, but I will grant them that they have kept their archives in relatively good shape. Like for every time I'll find something for Tech Tales, it's like, oh, the CNET article from 1997 is still there. Like the images are gone, but they've got something there. I appreciate that. And also, it's like they're really good at that. Engadget has most of their stuff still backed up. Um, Although uh, a couple of legacy media still doing well.
Yeah.
Mostly New York Times. New York Times is like gold standard there, where they went back and scanned all their newspapers and made them into articles with the right data. It's very, very nice.
I would be a little worried with New York Times, though. Well, I don't know this for sure, but I'm assuming somewhere around the time they switched over to like focusing more on the website, I bet there's a lot of stuff from right in that time period where they probably lost some things.
Very possible.
But hey, you know, at least they're trying. There's a genuine effort to be good preservationists. Whereas some sites, their effort to preserve is not only not there, in some cases they're actively trying to destroy their history. Cough, cough. And actually, I'm not talking about AP in this instance.
Yes. And I have seen a few more websites. I have seen that what they'll do is they'll leave the web page, but it's like on a. I've seen this on I think CNN. They used to have like money.cnn.com or something like that, and they left all the articles there, but they're like untouched from like the 1992 design, which is great. That's always fun. I've seen a couple websites. I think the BBC also has pages like that where they're just like frozen in time as they appeared. Which, okay, sure, that's still there. You still get points.
Yeah, it would be so nice to. It's sad we don't have more ways to do that. I mean, obviously, archive.org is a nice thing for this when it works, but it's not necessarily always reliable.
Yeah, it is always funny when I'm researching something that happened. Like I'm like right now like working on stuff that's like early 2000s, and there's a lot less like surviving stuff from there than like 1982.
Yeah,
it's like I have a newspapers.com subscription, which is where they've scanned like a bunch of newspapers from the past 100 years, and so I find a lot of great articles about stuff from that time period. But once you get into the internet age, it gets dicey, which is always a fun thing to think about when you can't sleep.
Yeah. But yeah, the internet's ever-changing shape and design and trendiness has had some problematic moments. And the mere fact that, especially just in the last few years, we've seen a lot of news outlets that popped up just a few years earlier and were sort of the like premier sources for certain kinds of information. All of a sudden they have closed up shop and are vanishing. So yeah, we're gonna lose a lot of history in a very, very unfortunate way.
Yeah, like I saw Protocol is shutting down.
Yep, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure their website will not remain. I'm gonna guess, but maybe, I don't know.
I know that this isn't likely, but it would be kind of neat if somebody approached them and said, look, I just want to buy your old content and I just want to host it. That's it. Just want to buy it and host it. Yes, I'm going to put an ad on there or whatever, but that's it. I just want to buy it and host it. If you guys aren't making any more and you don't need anything else, like, just let me do this. It doesn't even need to be on the same domain name. I don't care. I just want to be able to maintain and keep this alive. I'm sure somebody there would be okay with it. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they're selling their stuff to some other outlet or whatever, but
yeah. And then, well, that, you know, when you move stuff, that gets into the problem where it's like, all right, great, every link,
dead links all over the place.
Broken. Yeah, which is why the Internet Archive is so great, because you can just, you know, put their URL thing in front and it'll load. Again, love the Internet Archive. If I was like a millionaire, that's where all my donation money would be going. Like they can have some money, maybe like some other like charities doing stuff in the real world, but Internet Archive needs more money. You know what? Wikipedia can have a few bucks. They can have a few.
Yeah, these legitimately, these are probably the two most worthwhile places for donations on the internet. Just for the fact that they maintain more information in history.
Definitely in terms of information.
Yes. Yeah. Sadly, I have a feeling Internet Archive, I think those days are limited. Wikipedia, I think, will stick around because they're very good at promoting the fact that they need money, and so many people go there that inevitably people recognize its value. I think Internet Archive is where people just don't. Only people in the know think about it, and I think the server resources are probably more expensive.
Yeah, there's less of a reason for like someone to look up something on Internet Archive, and also Internet Archive gets a lot more litigious problems because it's just directly hosting other people's content.
Yeah, and not only that, but sometimes content that people want taken down, not even for copyright reasons, but because it makes them look bad. I can think of more than a few cases where things have been clipped just for the sake of like, oh yeah, look at this terrible thing somebody said. Let's retain it for all future.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, like they've had that issues. Wikipedia's been, I mean, no. I've been copy pasting my articles on the Wikipedia for years, and they haven't got sued, so it must be fine. And on that note, I'm very hungry, so I'm going to go now.
All right, man. Well, take it easy. Good thing you came by. Are you feeling inclined to pitch anything?
Listen to Tech Tales.
Cheers.
TechTalesShow.com. It's on all of the apps. You can usually just search for it and it'll show up now. There's like one podcast called Tech Tales that someone made one episode for like 4 years ago, and that shows up higher sometimes. But I'm the good one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Funny enough, that also that's not an issue per se, but it did happen with RambleCast. Somebody out there came up with that name very close to when I did, and yeah, so but they published it as a podcast before I ever even thought about that. So but I think they only did like 2 episodes or something. I don't know.
They're no, they have no chance to keep up with your stamina and release schedule.
I mean, their combined 2 episodes don't even add up to one of mine, so
no.
Can they even say they're rambling if they don't?
This is the ultimate content.
I'm so far away from being one of those 24-hour streamers, though. Except when the day Stadia dies, we will see what happens.
Oh, are you gonna do a
We're thinking about it.
Those people that were kept playing Halo on the original Xbox until Microsoft finally shut it off like a month later.
Well, not that per se, but we have a date that Stadia is supposed to get unplugged. So,
okay.
The joke and the thought is maybe do a start at midnight, during the time that I'm sleeping or busy. Maybe just set up a script to auto send signals, so it's just sitting on a screen for no purpose whatsoever. And then, as much as possible, try to play during that 24-hour time. And because nobody knows when during the day it's going to happen, but
okay,
it could be interesting. Kind of like your boot loop video.
Yeah, except actually live.
Yes.
Not lying.
Yeah. I know. I mean, obviously, you and I know that story. How much did you tell of that?
I've said it on here. I'm pretty sure. It was either here or maybe Techathon. I don't remember which one.
I think it was on here.
Okay. Yeah. The live stream was a lie. I'm sorry for deceiving people.
I mean,
okay, I'm gonna go.
I still don't think that was that big of a deal.
No, it was pretty funny.
It was.
Okay.
All right. Now. Take it easy, man. All right. Let's see. Do a final game stream. Start a little before midnight. Yeah, something like that for sure. Because if I remember, it's January 18th, I believe. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to probably do some kind of a thing. And I know I looked it up, but January 18th I think was a Wednesday. Yeah, January 18th is a Wednesday, so I mean, I could very easily just do it as like start it up, let it do its thing. I could play for a little bit before I go to sleep, then sleep for a while, wake up, get ready for a RambleCast, and then just have RambleCast with the game video in the corner, or with the Stadia video in the corner, as it's maybe dying or maybe not, and then we'll see from there. Like this is a possibility. We could do that. My God, Stadia is just gonna be that's gonna be rich. So yeah, hopefully that'll happen. I need to look into setting up the automated signals in order to make that happen, though. And that, I don't know how much work that'll be. It shouldn't be much. I have to imagine it's got to be as easy as just find whatever library sends the signals. Like I'm sure somebody's written a library for this, so it can be automated in some capacity. Find that, and then I'll just write a script in whatever language I need to just keep running. Just run indefinitely, send a random signal here and there just to keep it alive, and that should work. I wonder if Stadia has any kind of timeout built into it. Like, even separate from the inevitable shutdown. Yeah. But I wonder if there's any built-in timeout. Like, if you're on Stadia for 12 hours straight, will it just log you out or something? I don't think I've heard of this, but maybe. And if so, I guess I might have to account for that. Maybe. But, I mean, that's just a matter of refreshing a page or something, I imagine. What the hell icon is this? Oh, weird. Huh. Didn't get that before. Huh. New icon showing up on my screen. Or on my menu bar on the Mac. Something to do with the monitor. Yeah, it is kind of crazy if they don't rate limit you on, like, you know, could somebody actually be logged in, connected, and playing on Stadia for 24 hours straight? I don't know, but it'd be interesting to see it happen. And when I say see it happen, I mean literally just know whether or not it happens. No way am I sitting and watching a 24-hour stream personally to see if it happens. Man, I might have to do some testing on this. Okay, so I saw a lot of comments earlier while I was gone. Quickly scrolling back up just to hit some of these before I go into the dum-dum rant that inevitably had to come. Let's see. Carson, new host. Let's talk about Android Auto Cool Walk. I'm assuming Corbin already hit a lot of this, so I'm not really gonna say a whole lot there. Wow, talk about time. They've been promising this for so long, and it even rolled out to people as kind of a test or whatever, and then gone again, and then apparently a few more people got it, then gone again. Then they said it was coming, and it never happened, and now it's coming, and it hasn't happened, or I don't think it's happened yet. Like, yeah, they need to just they got to get this stuff out. David saying that I look young. Thank you. Awesome. Let's tell bad AP stories. I like that shit. Talk your former employees. So I actually have this idea. I've had this idea for a long time. I talked to a friend of mine about it because she and I have some stories. I actually want to do a podcast that is kind of sit down, not interview style necessarily, but a shooting the breeze, shooting the shit kind of podcast where I sit down with a different person every time or something like that and just get them to tell stories of the worst jobs they've ever had. Because here's the thing, she and I have both worked in bars. She's worked in a few bars, I've worked in a couple. Like it would be a lot of fun to kind of tell stories from that stuff. I worked in a my first development job. I worked in a company where I mean, I've talked about this before, but I worked in a company where just a few weeks before I was hired, the CEO was fired not for, and it's baffling to say this, he was not fired for bringing hookers into the office, having the door open to his office with people walking by as he snorted coke off the desk with hookers in the office. He was not fired for going missing for I believe a week. Could be wrong on that. But it was some period of time well beyond what anyone would consider acceptable. He was not fired for a long list of other things. I'd have to go. I don't think I ever wrote down all of it, but there was a lot of stuff he wasn't fired for. He was finally fired because he apparently... Oh, and he wasn't fired actually for, I guess, effectively stealing a lot of money from the company. He was fired, ultimately, for using a company's corporate credit card to... I think he, like, rented a hotel room or something. Off book, effectively. And I'd have to ask to see if I can get some more specifics, but yeah, they fired him for the most petty thing after letting this guy stay there forever. And that's just talking about the former CEO. I never even met this guy. But this is just one of the really, really wild things at this company. This place deserves an episode, a series, for just the weirdness that took place over 1 year. Actually, 11 months. I worked there for 11 months. And it would look bad, but I did technically quit on 420. It was total coincidence, but I'm not a pothead in any way, shape, or form. But it just coincidentally, the day I happened to quit was 420. Let's see. What else? Oh, a few of the companies I've contracted at, I would never name the companies for multiple levels of protection. But yeah, there were a few that I've contracted at that have some pretty hard to believe stories of their own. So yeah, I would pepper in some of my stories, but I also want to just find people who have some of the weirdest, nuttiest stories from places they worked, crazy coworkers. I mean, I've got plenty of stories from when I was a bartender. Man, my brain's going back over just one of my former coworkers, and she was the epic description of a disaster. She may as well have just had train wreck tattooed across her back. And that's just one. Also, I would have to not tell a few stories because, well, I guess it's been enough years now that they couldn't enforce any laws because we broke a lot of laws when that place was, or when I was working there. Let's see. But yeah, I'd like to get on multiple people and just get the stories going, because there are so many. So many of my friends, I've heard them tell stories of things that they've seen, things that they've put up with. I've had friends who worked at fast food places, at convenience stores, at banks. The various stories that they have to tell just go off the rails. And I feel like that would make a great show. And that's again just the people I know. It would I know a couple of people who also have a lot of friends. They could get involved in this. That, holy crap, the stories they can tell. Oh yeah, I also worked at a winery. Yeah, stories. So many stories. Anyway, yeah, I've wanted to do this for a long time. It'll take some time to set that one up, and I would probably want to record a backlog of episodes and start releasing them in kind of a series or something, because I fully acknowledge I don't think I would be good at releasing weekly episodes or something, or even every 2 weeks. What I need to do is build the backlog, release it as a season, like one episode every week for 3 months, and then take like an intentional hiatus for 2 or 3 months, and then come back with a bunch of new episodes. Okay, anyway, continuing on. Austin said, I like it, but I wish I could arrange the screen myself. The car was a weird aspect ratio because, or your car is a weird aspect ratio because it has software climate control buttons. Yeah, a lot of cars have weird screen aspect ratios. So yeah, Android Auto by nature has to be at least semi-flexible, but it is designed to be very flexible, so that shouldn't be too big of a problem, I wouldn't think. Let's see. Carson, TechTales and Cody's Mindspace should just merge. I'm just saying, Mindspace : the TechTales. It could do it. We could do this. Let's see. Austin, you just need to become a more controversial and conspiracy theory oriented, and Spotify will buy you. I'm sure that was intended for Corbin, and yes, that is exactly how to get Spotify to come after you. It is a winning combination for which there is no sane justification. Let's see. Back then for the AP podcast. Not sure what that's related to. Austin said, just start writing the Twitter episode now and turn it into a full feature. Seriously. I've bugged him about this a couple times now. I don't think you should do any of the current stuff. Just hit all of the old Twitter history, because that fits with the TechTales mission. It's fun. It's not controversial yet, or rather, it's not anymore. And so people would enjoy hearing it without having to get caught up in too much of the new crap. So yeah, there's the thing about David's comment. An FTX episode, it would be a rant about crypto. Yeah. Damn, 100+ views is pretty good for a start. Yep, it is. And that's one of the things, I've talked about this before with YouTube too. A lot of what a lot of YouTubers don't really talk about, but a few of them do, and it's absolutely true. When you get a channel started, one of the best things you can do is just put out content. Don't try to achieve viral status on day one. I mean, you can. Certainly it works. Some people have done it. Some people get away with it. But if you achieve viral status too early, people are going to come check out your videos. They're going to see, oh, hey, here's this guy. He did a neat viral video. And then, lo and behold, they go look at your other content and realize, oh, he hasn't done anything else. Well, maybe I'm not going to subscribe to this. If you don't have other stuff out there, people don't feel compelled to subscribe. And it also hurts you on the algorithm, so it pays off to just start generating videos. And this is a thing I know, and I just haven't had time to make happen yet. It will happen. David says, do more movie reviews, have Cody on it. I firmly agree. I'm a movie fanatic. I've seen way too many movies as it is, and I've rewatched countless movies. At this stage, I can't tell you how many movies I've watched, but it is in the many. It is easily into the 5 digits. I don't think there's not even a doubt in my mind. I've watched well over 10,000 movies. I honestly be surprised if I wasn't probably closer to like the maybe 30,000 movie territory at this stage. I don't know. I've watched way too many movies. Yeah. Just about to tell me to switch back views. Yeah, believe me, I noticed it. I was just a little slow on that. Okay, Carson said, start making an RSS feed. What is that about? I saw that earlier, meant to ask. What should I make an RSS feed of? Is this like just an RSS feed of the YouTube videos for RambleCast? Or is it for something else? I'm not exactly sure. And that being said, I really do need to, for a podcast. So just like the RambleCast videos, or like an edited version, because I remember David was asking for an edited down version too, and I would like to, but man, I don't have time. There's no way I could do an edited down version of the RambleCast and anything under like, I think if I sped through it and listened at like 2x speeds and really clipped it down, even not doing it carefully, like leaving in pauses like I just had, and not trying to clean up like a stutter here or like messing up. I think even doing it like that, it would still take like an extra 2 hours, probably, maybe 3 hours. Even if I just publish the unedited version, it's better for visibility. Yeah, that could work, and I know that. The only thing is, it also, if I do that, then it probably doesn't bring much to the YouTube channel, which is, at least at the moment, where I'm trying to get all of my focus on. One of these days, what I do need to do, though, is actually like clean up the graphics, which I've been meaning to do for so long. It's one of those things. I know I need to do it. I look at it. I'm constantly wanting to do that. Yeah, there's a lot I need to do for this channel to kind of fix it up and get it into that place I'd like it to be. But there are, unfortunately, other priorities I need to not ignore. I should make Android LumaFusion tutorials. You know, the funny thing is that actually probably wouldn't do bad. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, not that this is important, but I haven't picked up LumaFusion yet because I'm still waiting on Stadia to do the refund to me, which, why everybody else and not me? Come on, Stadia. You slackers. Which I kind of get it, though, because I happen to have... I looked over everything, and everything I did, or every purchase I did on Stadia, like every single one was with a different card, and one or two of them had a small amount of Stadia, or a small amount of Google Play credit included. So yeah, they're going to be refunding to like literally every single purchase has a refund to a different destination. So I can kind of see where I'm a bit more complicated than some people. Maybe that's why I'm down the list, but it'd be nice if they just got to me, because I know I'm gonna get back some Google Play credit. I'd like to blow it all on, or I'd like to not spend any real money on LumaFusion if I'm gonna have some credit that's otherwise just gonna sit there. So that'd be kind of nice. But yeah, some LumaFusion tutorials, maybe. I don't know. It depends on what LumaFusion allows. I have a sneaking suspicion that it doesn't support much in the way of special effects, and that would be where a lot of tutorial space could go. Let's see. I know I still have that page open here. So let's see. I can just Fusion on Android. Be great if Universal Control just supported copy and paste across things. Okay, so what are the features? Oh, does it not really say? Okay, that's spectacular. Fusion for Android. I guess maybe if I hop over to the Google Play entry, does it show? Okay, so this is the NLE. This is a slideshow style thing, or cropping. Oh, okay, so this is cropping. I guess you can... Okay, so this is for fitting multiple things into one image, or one frame. That is for audio. That is color adjustment. Blending. What is... Okay, so this is also for fitting two frames together, I think. Oh, or is that for... Or is that a transition? Oh no, it's bringing... Okay, somebody put an image here of like a shark or a whale or... yeah, that's a whale. Okay, so that's kind of an effect. Not a very good one, but putting in text. This is back to the nonlinear editor. Kaleidoscope? What the hell? I guess that's probably a transition. That's got to be a transition. And then we're gonna have the same stuff. Yeah. So they have some very minimal ability to do effects. I don't know that there'd be much to do tutorials of. See, what I'd rather do is just get an iPad and start doing DaVinci Resolve tutorials on iPad. Though to be fair, it almost looks like this might have more features in terms of effects. Barely. I mean, it's not much, but I think DaVinci Resolve is going to have even less at launch, and they're going to add that stuff later. Kind of interesting that they have some of this stuff, though. Makes me wish I had an Android tablet so I could try out some of this stuff and it would actually look decent for doing tutorials. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I've got my eye on this. One of these days I'll pick it up. Not sure how much I'll use it because except for doing really small stuff, I don't have a huge interest in doing editing on a phone, but maybe. Oh, and actually, does this say whether or not you can... Does it say anything about being able to do... Oh, yeah. LumaFusion is equipped with every pro feature you need to complete your project and share your story from multiple aspect ratios and frame rates. Okay, the aspect ratios is what I was thinking about. Because that means you could theoretically do, like, stories on the road. Because you wouldn't want... I don't think anyone should want to do a full video. Like, just on their phone or on a tablet very often. But, like, if you're in the middle of traveling... and you've got like 15-20 minutes that you can sit down and just like edit together a 45 seconds 60-second short, that would be actually a pretty good use for this. Carson, are these just Android apps running C code in a container? So I don't know with certainty. I haven't... I mean, if I sat down and like decompiled them, I'm pretty sure what I would find is the interfaces are almost certainly built using they're almost certainly built using actual just regular Android SDK stuff. They could have been put together in Kotlin or Java or whatever, but yeah, they're very... the interfaces themselves are probably doing that. However, they probably do have portions of code that are built for architecture. So they're built using the NDK. At least if they want good performance, they would do that. So yeah, my hunch is they probably do have a lot of stuff written in C, but it's going to be specifically things like maybe the audio processing. Honestly, that's not that heavy if you're not doing a ton of different tracks, so I don't think they'd have a big reason for that. But playback of the video sources, especially if you're doing multiple layers at once, that you really want that running as close to the hardware as you can get. Let's see, stuff like here's another example of that. These look like images. I doubt these are anything other than images. But if you wanted to have like multiple video tracks running, oh, like the one with the whale. Yeah, this one. This whale is, as far as I can tell, this is supposed to be video. Though maybe it's on top of a stationary image. I don't know. It's hard to tell with their interface, but with something like this, let's say it is two videos layered on top of each other, I could see a good argument for them wanting to run this in very, very native code. But yeah, and then for the rendering, that's, if they're smart, they wrote that all in C. You really don't want to do any of that stuff in Java or Kotlin. You'd be wasting so many processor cycles. But yeah, for something like this, I mean, let's see. Young woman in a long flowing dress, pouring jelly on. What the hell? I like how the playhead happens to be on the only single clip. So there's nothing layered on top of the clip that they're actually showing, but they got all these layers to the left and right of it. That seems kind of cheating, but yeah, I'm curious how it performs. And judging by the icons on these, I'm assuming, okay, I don't know how much anyone's watching this, but judging by the icons here, the leftmost has a target icon. I assume that that means that these are tracked, like tracked to a position, which would be a really strange thing to do on all of these, but maybe? Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait. No? Orange jelly. What are these? Oh, and these don't line up either. The titles on these video clips do not line up with any of the video clips that they have up here. And all of these are video clips except for Old Time Car. I don't know what that is. Like, you can see on the right side of each of these thumbnails, you see at the bottom something that looks kind of like a fax machine or a file or shredder or something like that. I don't know. But above that, it's clearly a video clip. But this Old Time Car thumbnail, it has something layered on top of something else. I think that's just a still. Like a still image you can use as a video clip. Oh, and Sunglasses Vacation, same story. Yeah, these are definitely stills. They have to be, because there wouldn't be any motion in these. So they chose to show a still here. That's hilarious. Okay, so I don't get why these would have that icon in. And every single thing has... Oh no, not everything. This 3.21 frame does not have that tracker icon, or whatever that is. Neither does this 7.0/left. That does up there at the top. Those are the only two that don't have it. Okay, I don't know what's up with those. The like painter's palette, almost guaranteed that means that it's color graded. And I have no idea what the hell this other icon to the right of that is. Some of these clips over here also have speaker icons. I'm sure that means that they also have audio included. I mean, they have waveforms very visibly there, so it makes sense. That's interesting. Okay, so, but yeah, if you've got this many layers, if you try to do this in Java or Kotlin, you're gonna burn through battery life way too fast. You don't want to do that. This is a million times better if you just do stuff in C. And you can mix and match to your heart's content with Android. It's actually pretty easy to get a lot of NDK stuff built for processing things, and then basically just have those as components that live inside your project that then you can call up with Java or Kotlin. Let's see. Jumping back over to comments. Let's see. There's Corbin leaving. Start a little before midnight for the Stadia stream. Rip Spellbinder. Let's see. Okay, and then the talk about doing the RSS for the podcast, which again, someday would be cool, but the problem is I feel like I would have to edit it down at least some. What I could probably do, actually, what I could do, are you thinking video podcast, like the videos are included, or just audio? Because if it's just audio, what I could do, hell, I could almost write this code without that much effort. It's not that hard to, I mean, just manually, it's not that hard to look at waveforms and look for, oh, but I have music background. That wouldn't work. Yeah, I can't edit this down. I'd have to record voice independently on my side, which actually wouldn't be a bad thing because it wouldn't have gone through YouTube processing either. But yeah, if I wanted to do any edits that wouldn't work with the music, I'd have to just do it straight. But if I was recording just my voice, I could look for empty spots or very, very low audio places and at least cut those out. And that could almost be automated. It'd be kind of goofy if I wouldn't necessarily want to automate it, because there are spots every once in a while I do pauses for effect, but yeah, I don't know. Things that would be interesting to think about. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see. Okay, so I am now caught up. Okay, so I've been having this thought for the last couple of days. We're going back to Twitter, kind of, but this starts with Twitter and then sidesteps. But oh, actually, you know what? For a fact, I'm gonna leave that alone for a second and come back to it. Okay, so here's the deal. I don't know how, like, if Elon tried to sell Twitter today, I don't know how much he could get for it. But out of the oh, Carson published his first app. Dude. Well, congratulations. Blackboard, huh? Everyone go install. Lightweight app for viewing today's NBA games and stats, popular tweets, and highlights from the NBA subreddit. Nice. Features beautiful Material You theme that dynamically changes color based on your phone's wallpaper. Classic. Yeah, well, everyone go check it out. I would mess with it right now, but I'm going to rant. Okay, so everyone has talked about how obviously Elon is sinking Twitter, and we all know it. He is. So here's the thing. I don't know how much he could sell it for now, but I'm guessing it would probably be a lot lower than what he paid for it. I'm just ballparking, but I think if he tried to sell it right now, I think he'd be lucky to get 30,000. Or sorry, not 30,000. 30 billion. Forgot a couple zeros there. They fell off the back of the truck. So needless to say, he has lost a lot of money, and I think it's going to keep sinking. I'm not necessarily predicting Twitter's death, but I would be surprised if it isn't below the 20 billion mark, at least by the time he stops the hemorrhaging. And that's not going to make any of the investors happy. It's not going to make any of the users or any of the people who are kind of invested in Twitter, not financially invested in the actual company, but like their time and infrastructure, the things that they have built out, those people like influencers and such, it's not going to make them happy either, but that's life. The thing is, he has lost or will lose in the next few weeks or months many billions of dollars. If Twitter does happen to sink entirely, there goes, I don't know, $40 billion of his assets, money, stocks, whatever. Like, there goes $40 billion, and I'm just ballparking. I don't know how much other people own of Twitter, but I'm going to assume about 4 billion, maybe more, maybe less, whatever. But yeah, I'm assuming out of that 44 billion, everyone knows he is the vast majority of it. You know what people don't talk enough about? In the last year, Mark Zuckerberg has lost almost double the value of Twitter. It's not quite there, but it's pretty close. That's huge. That's massive. Holy crap. Think for a second about the fact that Facebook has lost Mark Zuckerberg alone $70 billion. That's nuts. And and we all know why. Mark Zuckerberg has been sinking money into the metaverse. It is a vanity project if there ever was one. He thinks that this is going to be the next big thing. Let's keep in mind, where does he think that this is actually going to happen? Like, who does he think's buying into this? Where's money coming from? The presumption is that people are going to be, like, every person is going to need to get it. I think we all know that's not going to happen. At a bare minimum, the poors are not going to be jumping on the metaverse. Especially because it seems like, so far, it seems like from what I've seen and heard, the metaverse is very much a microtransaction haven. You may as well be stuck in, like, all the mobile games that try to charge you for literally everything. It seems to be that kind of a space so far. So probably not going to be hugely successful with certain groups. It seems like they're also trying to push it as a business thing. So you can have virtual meetings with people where you have to wear a headset like for an hours at a time while you're in meetings and doing presentations. And that sounds terrible. You probably wouldn't need to wear it while you're working the rest of the time, unless most of your day is doing virtual meetings and presentations. Hey, Curvy, how's it going? So with all that in consideration, like, we're watching this company that thinks that we're watching this man who thinks that he has the brilliance to predict where everyone's going to be and what everyone's going to rely on in the future. And so far, it's not looking so great. We've got another person who thinks that they are geniuses, or a genius running Twitter. They're both dumb. Hot take. They're both dumb. They're blowing so much money. They are absolutely ruining these companies on vanity projects effectively. And what struck me, or where I started thinking about this, like, forget the investors, forget all the ways in which this, like, if they had run this by some random friend, their friend probably would have told them, dude, no, this is dumb, don't do this. Forget all of that. Look at what happened with Google. You had Larry Page and Sergey Brin, or Serge. I've heard his first name pronounced like 6 different ways, but however it's said, you've got these two guys. They started on some interesting vanity projects. Glass was very famously one of their vanity projects. It didn't do so well. It was a good idea. It really was. And I think one of these days Glass is going to be fantastic. Or you know, if something like Glass is going to be fantastic, let's say it that way. What the weird email. Okay, you're saying Sergey? All right. That's what I've always assumed it was, but I've heard, like I said, I've heard it said so many different ways for whatever reason, I don't know. So anyway, the here's the thing. After Glass, or was it even at, I don't even remember if it was actually technically after Glass. But at a certain point, those two guys handed off control of the company. Now, it's not that they weren't still involved, and they were effectively still the dominant powers within the company, but they had projects they wanted to do, but they went off and did them separately. They were still taking some of the money from Google to feed these other projects, but they were starting them as wholly separate entities, and they wanted to leave Google to do what the company needed to do. And if you look through history, there's actually a lot of history of this kind of thing happening. And you can even look at Microsoft. Like, there were points where Bill Gates started doing kind of vanity projects, but admittedly his were a lot more private. He didn't try to turn them into big, huge public successes. He just came up with things like he wanted to build a smart home he wanted to use his own home as an experiment. For anyone who watched the Antitrust movie, that was kind of that was a fantasized version of it. But and I don't recommend watching that movie, at least not until we do the Tech Tales Movie Club episode of Antitrust, which one of these days we'll have to, because it's such a terrible movie it needs to be made fun of. But various billionaires have run experiments or have wanted to do vanity projects of various kinds, and there's a reason for it. Because they were successful and they're constantly trying to come up with the next big ideas. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. But I think man, I don't want to put this all on Apple and Steve Jobs, but maybe it kind of has to be. Prior to Apple and Steve Jobs, there was this trend where the idea guys were very rarely the CEOs, or they would kind of step aside, let someone else run the company as a CEO while they took a different role. And it worked out really well. It was a smart thing to do because it kept the company running, and it usually fed enough money into experiments to make it worthwhile. At a certain point, you had the Steve Jobs come along. And it became this thing where the head of the company also has to be the face of the company, who also has to be the idea person in the company, who also has to dictate how the company is run. And it gives them too much of an opportunity to then decide, hey, I'm going to also control everything. I'm going to suck all the life out of one project so I can push it into this next thing that I'm convinced is the winner. Enter or re-enter Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. At this stage, like, it's a foregone conclusion when people say a company needs new leadership. Because, you can usually look at a stock price and say, oh, yep, company needs new leadership. You can look at products that have failed either because the consumers just don't buy into it, or they're not interested, or they don't like it. But 9 times out of 10, it's a generic thing when people say a company needs new leadership. I think it's bigger than that. It's so much bigger than that, especially in these two cases. Facebook and Twitter need new leadership. They need to, like, at a certain point, someone should be stepping in and saying, hey, Mark, listen, you're screwing up. You're sinking billions of dollars every year into this dumb project that right now is still a joke to everyone. Maybe just slow down a little bit. You already own the tech that goes into it. You already own a lot of stuff in it. Maybe just, like, we're not saying kill it, but we should not be sinking Facebook and Instagram both separately, I guess, just so you can fund this pet project. And that's just Facebook. You look at Twitter. we've got a guy who he's trying to turn Twitter into his personal speaker box, his universal soapbox where people used to go to pay attention to things. He just decided to buy the town square, and it's not working. He's got attention, but it's not the type of attention that's working for him. It's not helping him. And at this stage, he has demonstrated exactly why this isn't going to be a good thing. And people are taking very quick notice of it. Austin. Sergey and Larry never really had that because they were never the adult in the room. That is true. It was Eric Schmidt and then Ruth Perot who played the adult during the key Google decisions. Yeah. And that's kind of the thing too, is these were two guys who were the idea guys. They had the money, they had the power, but at no point were they ever the ones. Well, there were times in the very, very early days, but they were never the ones who were trying to sail the ship once it had become too large. And that matters. That matters so much. Which is why it's so telling that we've got Elon sitting here absolutely failing like a pro. I mean, failing so spectacularly. It is special, the level to which this man has found a way to fail. So I have to wonder, at which point does this headline come true? Elon Musk says he doesn't want to be CEO of Twitter or any company. Now, my feeling is he's probably got some blowhard, long-winded explanation for why that is. But the reality is, at least the reality I'm pitching here, it's because he shouldn't be. That's it. He wants to be the idea guy. Great. Be the idea guy. But have somebody else actually doing the work. Because he's not suited for this. He's failing so colossally at trying to do the work. And he should not be CEO. That is really the message here. Now, hey, if he wants to be the sole owner, or, primary owner, and he wants to hand this off to someone else, as I forget who brought it up, but of course, John Laguerre offered. Let's be honest, Johnny was being a troll. But yeah, he needs to find somebody else who's not just running the day-to-days, but making the actual big decisions. He can own it. He can call out what he wants to have happen. But how it happens, that is the job for a CEO. Elon can say, I want this to be the free speech place. And the CEO should be the person who's sitting there saying, okay. I hear you. Yes, we can make this the free speech place. Except, we're still going to have compliance people. We're still going to have lawyers who are saying, nah, there's some stuff you're not allowed to say, even with free speech. You can have your free speech place. You can talk all the trash you want about Grimes, because let's be honest, you're gonna. But we're still not gonna let on terrorists. Then Elon's over here like, yeah, but what if we let on people who promise not to be terrorists? CEO, yeah, no. We're not letting on people who clearly are gonna be terrorists. Yeah, this feels like a pretty easy thing for a CEO to do. And they can be the person that talks Elon into not being a dumbass. David, exactly. Who's going to babysit Elon? Jack's just awful. for what it's worth, I don't think Jack wants anything to do with Twitter anymore. For a number of reasons, but yeah, I think Jack is trying to be his own idea guy who is also trying to do something very different and weird. And I don't see that going super well either. But for what it's worth, I think whatever Jack does with this Blue Sky thing, is it Blue Sky? I think that was the name of it. Whatever he's trying to do, I think goes semi-south. I just don't think it's ever going to catch on, because it seems like it's an effort to make unconnected social networks be connected, and I just don't see any way that works out. Because Facebook's never going to buy into it. The existing Twitter is probably not going to buy into it, though if it sinks low enough, it could. I could see maybe Mastodon kind of supporting this someday, but only because somebody will come along and write a patch for the code and suggest it go upstream, and it'll just maybe catch on. Carson, Verge Wild for this pick. Yes. Believe me, I know. I have seen that pick now a few too many times. Anyone who's watching in the RambleCast chat room already saw this, but yeah, The Verge has been using this picture a lot. Which is the picture on their holiday gift guide, but it's also been on a couple of other posts, I think. I will talk about that in a weird way. I'll talk about that in just a minute, but yeah, the whole thing is, at this stage, I mean, again, I'm picking on Elon here. The same needs to be said about Mark Zuckerberg. Somebody should be over there running Facebook and Instagram and basically saying, all right, we determine what happens here. Now we can happily funnel some portion of the funds out of these companies into the metaverse. No problem. We will make a few billion a year readily available. Go ahead, work the metaverse as much as you like. But this is not, we're not going to sink these other projects. These other projects need someone defending them, not someone who is looking at them like food from the dinner table. Carson, quote, in reality, my role is much more than that of an engineer developing technology and making sure that we develop breakthrough technologies. He wants to be an engineer so bad. Yeah. You know, he did a really good job of kind of faking that persona for a number of years. And it's not like he isn't smart. The guy has some intelligence there. He's got some actual engineering information knocking around in his head. But yeah, as to my knowledge, he's never actually been in a true engineering role. He's always been basically kind of like, in some way, shape, or form, an executive. Thanks to, of course, apartheid money from his parents. That was a thing. And hey, look, you know, you don't choose the family you're born into. I'm not gonna bully him over that. I'm not gonna shame him for the fact that, hey, he was born rich, or born to inherit a bunch of money, effectively. It happens. Okay, like, you know, you don't pick that. But he's trying to pin himself as the working class guy who just happens to also own multiple big companies. No, he's the guy who invested in some companies that won, in part just out of luck, and in part because they also did some pretty illegal stuff. eBay, PayPal, seriously, some illegal stuff. But yeah, he's Has he ever written code? I don't know. I'm assuming he's sat down and tried. Has he ever actually been like a mechanical engineer? I don't know, but I'm assuming probably not as much as people would like to think. Has he ever invested in companies that do this stuff and hired smart people much smarter than him to do these things? Oh yeah. Yeah, he did that. He did a lot of that. He's done it several times. And most of them have worked out, which means he's probably doing something right. But that doesn't make him an engineer. So the thing is, to be an idea guy, you don't have to be the engineer. You don't have to be the leader of the company. You can be the owner of the company without being the leader of the company. And that's where we come back to the man should not be CEO. He needs to be an owner. That's it. He needs to be owner. He needs to hand the reins over to somebody else. Should that someone else be John Laguerre? Probably not. I mean, do we really want to trade one internet troll for another? I mean, don't get me wrong. John was fun. He was amusing. He kept things entertaining, but do we really want that? I'm just saying. Probably not. But we absolutely should be seeing these companies replacing their leadership now, because their leadership is doing bad things to them. Their leadership is hurting them. I mean, I could look at the stock price for Facebook to prove my point. I could look at whatever valuation Twitter is day by day and watch as it literally hemorrhages money out the door as more and more things go catastrophically wrong. I mean, no joke, think about it. Twitter in the next 2 months could actually just start fail whaling again. It could actually just go down and not come back up. This is an actual real possibility. He's talking very, very seriously about just turning services off and just see what happens. What if one of those services corrupts some data that, lo and behold, there's no getting it back up once it's down? Like, you might have to basically just pull the plug, do a big reset, and say, well, sorry, we're starting from scratch, guys. I don't know. Maybe we don't know where this is headed, but it's probably not headed to a great place. And with the notoriously bad construction of Twitter, that not great place could happen real quick. So, yeah, my hunch is we're probably not too far away from even seeing some of the investors in Twitter, the other people who still own stock, or not stock, but they own part of the company. They're shareholders. We're getting close to probably seeing some of them start speaking up about how unhappy they are with this circumstance. So, just saying, companies this size should have different leadership. It works. It has been a proven thing. I mean, granted, Apple, bit of an outlier in this way, and even then, like, you can point to a lot of mistakes that Steve Jobs made. There was a lot of mistakes Steve Jobs made, and it was really, in large part, owed to many of the engineers who put up with his crap at the company that brought it out of its doldrums and kept it alive. And really, Apple, I mean, they had a really significant rise, but it actually wasn't really until Tim Cook came along that the company actually cemented itself and did truly well. It was still kind of a flash in the pan with the iPhone for a number of years. And again, you look at Google, you look at Microsoft, like, these are companies where they had the idea guys running the helm for a while, but eventually they stepped away, and the companies, well, okay, Microsoft did not flourish when Steve Jobs stepped away, but that's because they put the wrong guy in charge. But hey, you know, you got to find your ground. To this day, I would also argue I think Google put the wrong guy in charge, but twice. Eric Schmidt did okay, but he had a lot of failures. Sundar, actually, I think Sundar technically is fine leading the company. He just needs to not be on stage. The man is bad on stage. We all know it. They could go hire Ballmer to do presentations for Google, and that would actually be a lot better than having Sundar keep showing up. But to be fair, I also think Sundar has made some bad business choices for Google. I mean, he's really focused on countries that have very limited internet access and are challenged in a lot of ways. And I'm not saying they shouldn't be part of that discussion. It's great that Google's trying to incorporate them and do good things for them. Not convinced that it was timed that strategically or that effectively. Which fundamentally I think is the problem. So anyway, yeah, there's my rant, such as it is. They need new leadership, and it's not just the trite, old, tired, oh wow, you know, their stock prices went down, time to fire the guy in charge and put someone new in. No, that's the symptom. You can see the disease is here. It's not hard to pick out where the actual problem is. It's people who think they have all the answers, and no one's ever actually stopped to tell them no, you did it bad, and you're doing a lot of bad things. Maybe you just need someone who can sit down and rationally look at this and say, yeah, I'm not trying to be a genius, I'm just trying to do the right thing for the company. And he's not. David, don't worry, he's going to squeeze out all the lazy bums and keep the extremely hardcore people. That'd be fun. Can't wait to see that. Not gonna happen. My prediction. Okay, here's my prediction on what's gonna happen with that. I think what's gonna go down is we're going to see Elon Musk. Okay, so tomorrow night is the deadline. I think what we're gonna see is most of the people are probably going to take their 3-month severance. 3 months is a good amount of time to go job hunting. It is basically a vacation, assuming that they will pay that severance. That is a big if in my book. I really think he's going to lie about this. I think they are offering the severance now, and then he's going to rug pull that the moment that deadline passes. Going to pay it out. Not the whole thing, at least. Especially because once he sees how much it's going to cost if most of the company takes it, that's real bad. That's really, really bad for him. I'm sure it's going to be a lot more than he anticipates. But of the people who stay, first off, these long hours, as I've said before, I doubt he's actually planning on paying these people more money. Let's see, they actually had the letter here. Or, oh wait, I closed that one. Let me... yeah, here's a hardcore. So the letter reads, going forward to build a breakthrough Twitter 2.0 and succeed in an increasingly competitive world, we will need to be extremely hardcore. This will mean working long hours at high intensity. Only exceptional performance will constitute a passing grade. Twitter will also be much more engineering driven. Design and product management will still be very important and report to me, but those writing great code will constitute the majority of our team and have the greatest sway. At its heart, Twitter is a software and servers company, so I think that makes sense. If you are sure you want to be part of the new Twitter, please click yes on the link below. That doesn't come across as spam email. I don't know what does. Anyone who has not done so by 5 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, Thursday, will receive 3 months of severance. Whatever decision you make, thank you for your efforts to make Twitter successful. Signed, Elon. Not even Elon Musk, just Elon. Okay. Here's the thing. Anyone who's smart is looking at this and saying, yeah, you didn't offer us anything. You didn't tell us that we're gonna get bonuses. You didn't offer a reason we should be working double hard just so we can try to save your sinking ship. I'm sure there are some people who are going to be loyalists. There are some people who think that this is a fast-track way to become promoted to a high-ranking position, and they're not wrong. Some of these people will get promoted very quickly, and that could be good for them if they're willing to sit there and absolutely burn themselves out to the core. If they can last long enough, and assuming somehow turn this company around, then that could be great for them. Probably won't be. Most of them will burn out within probably 2 to 3 months. Something that I've been saying for a while. I think I said this on last week's stream. Oh, no, I didn't. When did I say this? Maybe I said it in Discord. I forget what company it was now, but the biggest advertiser in the world, and many others to go with it, have been advising all their clients that Twitter is a bad buy right now. Do not advertise with Twitter. This is what they're saying. When you think about it, you have all of these companies saying this, and the biggest one released a list of things that Twitter needs to do in order to get back in their good graces. And this is not a list that you can do in a day or a week. This is the sort of thing that's going to take a month or more, if they're lucky. But even if Twitter could do it today, it's 6 months from now before they gain back that trust. Would you want to work at a company where you've got 6 months where you're going to have to work, quote unquote, hardcore? Do you want to put up with that and watch as the company continues to fail its way down, as you're putting your faith in someone who is very, very good at losing right now? Do you want to put all of your next few months? Do you want to burn yourself out? Do you want to push every last lever so that you can maybe save this ship? Is it worth it? Is it? I think most rational people are going to look at this and say, nope, we'll take our 3 months and go. The few that stick around, the lower percentage that stick around, they'll benefit. I have no doubt, but I think they're going to work themselves to death. They're in for incredibly long days. They're going to have to figure out things for which there used to be engineers there who could tell them how it worked, but those people aren't coming back. There's basically there's going to be so much work for them to do, so much that they need to fix, so much that they need to deal with. This is going to ruin a lot of people. So for them, I'm sorry, I don't see the compelling argument for sticking around. If I was there, I wouldn't stick around. I'd take the 3 months and go. And look, I have worked. I've had contract jobs where I worked over 100 hours a week. It's a thing. Like, seriously, you wake up, you trip over to the office, you work. When everyone goes home, you go back and keep working. until it's time you're going to go to sleep, and then you sleep, wake up, take the fastest shower you can, and get right back in the office. Like, that's a thing. I've done it. But I got paid hourly to do that. Would I do that if I was getting paid a salary? Hell no. And I did that for sprints. I did that for 6 weeks. I wasn't going to do that for 6 months. You do that for 6 months, you're not going to be right in the head. So, yeah, I don't think that this is... I don't see a future in this for most of these people. I don't doubt there are a few of them who are going to be able to make it. And for those rare few, this might actually be like that game-changing benefit, that the opportunity to actually come out big winners. For the rest, not a chance. For the vast majority of them, they're going to... Honestly, I know this sounds extreme, but for the vast majority of the people who stick around and actually try to stick it out until Twitter turns around, assuming it ever does, for those few people, I would be surprised if they are still software engineers in 5 years. I bet a lot of them will find an off-ramp because they don't want to do this anymore. Just call it a hunch. I've seen contractors who bailed out on way less severe circumstances than this. Can't wait for Elon to post about everyone quiet quitting. Yeah, that is one of the other things too. Some part of me wonders how many people are just going to click yes and not change their work habits at all. They're just going to keep... They're going to show up, do their like 8 to 5, 9 to 5, whatever. Just put in the bare minimums and ride it out and see what happens. Carson, first company you've ever seen go from major corporation to startup? It's I actually can say it's not the first one I've seen, but it's the first one I've seen at this size. Yeah. Sorry, it's the first one I've seen that's public, like visibly doing this. I've contracted at a couple where they are part of large corporations, but they basically splintered off a segment that worked like a startup. And the idea was build something quick, build something efficient, don't worry about the rest of the company, just build. And then once the product was built, they wanted to reintegrate it into the company, basically. Kind of dissolve the startup and turn it into a sustained product. Funny enough, that really did not work for them. But that's another story for a podcast. Had to break up a fight at that place once. So yeah, I don't see a good future for the people that stick around. I think they'd be insane to stick around. I don't see a good future for Twitter. I'm not sure I'm not convinced Twitter's gonna die. But I think by the time that they turn it around, they'll be lucky if anyone would pay $20 billion for it, and I think it's going to stagnate for a long time because there just isn't a good path forward right now. Not to say that they can't find one, not to say they can't forge ahead and make a good path, but right now they've lost a lot of trust. They've lost a lot of income and a lot of potential income. They have lawsuits on the horizon that are going to keep them entrenched in courtrooms for months, if not years. Actually, no, guaranteed years. This is going to be... This is a dark road ahead for Twitter. And largely, if he had just handled it a little smarter, a lot of that stuff would not have been a problem. Let's be honest. If he walked in there and even just said, all right, heads up, everyone. In 30 days, we're going to be letting a bunch of people go. Hey, look at that. you're now in compliance with the Warren Act. I mean, technically you have to be a little bit more specific than that, but yeah, you'd be in compliance with the Warren Act just doing that. No, we need to slash the workforce within the first week or so. There you go. Man's a moron. Not telling people, not setting anything up. Yeah. Curvy, I know. It's pretty close to my typical cap time. So I've got one last topic I want to hit really fast. It's actually pretty easy. Then I think that'll be the end of it. Let me hit water real quick. Okay, so and this one's a light one. This one's goofy. But Carson brought up The Verge and their love affair with this image that was used in the holiday gift guide. They love this. It's their animated cake spinny thing. We make fun. I made fun of the. Well, we made fun. It was more than just me. It was a team effort. We made fun of the holiday gift guide last week. Oh, hey, I didn't even notice. Both the cake is spinning and there's a ice cube falling into a glass that has been also animated between 2 frames. So, hey, good for them. They had 2 things that happened. Yeah. They have used this image a couple of other times. At least I know I saw it once or twice for other posts. Or at least I think I did. Part of me is wondering if maybe they are just using it on that post. But anyway. Spoiled a bunch of gadgets, yup. And to be fair, if you dig around, you'll also notice a lot of pictures of Elon keep getting reused too. The Verge does this a lot. It happens. Nothing wrong with that. Every site does it. What's funny is when you start looking at when you look at certain topics on sites, especially if you look at like their tags or whatever. Let's see. What is the? For example, if you look at Android Police in the Android Auto topic, we'll just open this article and click through to the topic. Or I guess it'll probably be a tag because we got rid of our good stuff. What you'll quickly notice is a lot of reused heroes. It happens a lot. I mean, this is so much the normal thing. Like, almost every site reuses heroes. AP actually used to have a big problem. I mean, look at that. 4 in a row, the exact same hero. It happens all the time. Seriously, God, that image gets reused a lot. Ironically, someone cropped it a little differently. Will, between 2 different posts, he cropped it a little differently. But better than ugly mugs of politician and tech moguls most sites post. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. But God, that hero just gets used so much. There's me using it way back. I think this might have been when that image first popped up. Oh no, it was used at least once before that. Yeah, it wasn't used much before that. So the one time I used it had only been used once before, I think. And prior to that, one of the images that got used a ton was this one, which is one I made. And then it just kept getting reused. So yeah, as you go through you find it's just super common. Writers don't want to go make their own images. They just use stuff that is in the database and they keep reusing it. What kind of sucks, doubly so, is let's see, the one that you saw getting used all the time. That was an image Google released as a press image. It probably, like, it's reasonable to use this stuff a couple of times, but it shouldn't get used a lot because it's Google's image. Use it with the press release it's attached to, maybe use it for something that's closely related someday, but then replace it, or at least modify it. Do more with it so it does not look exactly the same over and over again. And other sites are going to use it too. Like, everyone uses this stuff. Even when I don't always do this, but a lot of times if I get something under embargo, a lot of times Google will include a very, very small number of images. In fact, we're lucky if we get images. Google's kind of terrible about this. And when they include images, a lot of them are bad. But what I'll do a lot of times is I'll try to take whatever they give me and modify it in some way. Let's see. Find my... Wait, what the hell? Why is that even showing up? Okay. Oh, fine. I'll literally search for myself because the bookmark I have to my own author profile isn't coming up. Okay. So, not that it matters too much, but like, obviously this one's a bit different. This is, I took a still from the video where Xiaomi was showing off their new, or their experimental camera thing. Google sent us, some stuff under embargo for this post, and I went through a bunch of old Google press materials and found various images and mixed them together. It's not a great image, honestly. I even screwed up on this one. I kind of fixed it a little bit in this one. Not that you can tell because the image is cropped because of our terrible CMS, but the thing is, it's not the exact same stuff. It's not exactly what Google sent, and that was the whole point. Let's see. Okay, that one was a rush, the Google Play thing. Oh, here's another image. I freely admit, this one's hilarious because we have used this image so many times. Nobody wants to sit down and take pictures of memory cards. Oh, David, you took a picture of the Wisecam and set it for open use on a photo site, and Android Central used it. Yep, that is incredibly common. Back in the day, oh my god, a few years back, Android Police, there were so many writers who they did not care about usage rights. They would find anything anywhere and turn it into a hero or an image. Most of them didn't even bother putting like any sort of credit or sourcing on it. I was one of two people who did this. Sorry, let me say that again. I was one of two people who actually sourced images. Like, if I tried to find stuff that was clearly open for use, not always reliable information, but 9 to 5 with everything on Reddit. Yeah, don't get me started. 9 to 5 with everything I posted, even images I created myself. Go look through a lot of their old stuff. You will find images that literally have my face on it. Seriously, it is ridiculous. And getting them to ever link back to us was a chore. But yeah, you know, the thing is though, a lot of times the time you sink into doing the writing for stuff like this, that's as much time as you want to give to something, and then you don't want to sink more. You don't want to dump tons and tons of time into trying to produce an image. The funny thing is, wondering how much I should get into this. Because of the very slow process of getting our articles titled and edited, I started having a lot of fun with images. So, for example, if you go looking through, if you go looking back, you might recognize this image had a different screen on it. It's a familiar looking image on the borders. I actually I took a screenshot of this interface in the middle of the night. There was no light out. And was it middle of the night? This one might have actually happened in the afternoon, but I think it was middle of the night. And while I was waiting for an editor to actually come and work the title, yeah, I sat there and just edited this in. If anyone looks at this and tells me that they can tell that this is not the original image, you're a liar. But yeah, David, I agree. That is really, really smart. I know it's screwed up, but but yeah, I would go around and find like various images that we already have on the site, and I would just start screen replacing them just for laughs, because it was fun to do. This was a review image for some phone. Honestly, I have no idea which one. I went through and did a full replacement of the screen on this one. What the hell was this? No, I think that was just a regular one. I think that was from an embargo image, so I don't know for sure on that one. That was embargo. No, that's just for an app. This was a screen replacement. It definitely had a different picture on it when this image was posted. Carson, the bottom right edges of the screenshot are a little off. Believe it or not, they're not. That's actually, I'm pretty sure that's how it actually looked in the image, because of the where the bezel around the display is, and then inside, like, it reflects weird. So I could be wrong. I'd have to go back and check. And bear in mind, I did do these in like 15-20 minutes, which includes like going and finding images and then downloading them, dropping them in, putting in the screenshots and lining everything up. But yeah, you know, screwing around, just why not? So this one, I do know I screwed up on this one. If you look close, you can actually find the details on this one. But oh yeah, this was a screen replace. This was for a review of some Asus tablet or convertible. Yeah, I took the press images that Google sent us, and missing the gesture bar. No, it is there. This thumbnail looks like trash, but gesture bar is actually there. And that line is actually supposed to be there, the line above the gesture bar. But there was another mistake in this somewhere. I don't remember where it was. Too close to the edge. Might have to check the original. The thing is, I'm not sure, but I think I used the original gesture bar. Could be wrong on that. It depends on the phone. I'm not sure what phone this is. Again, it's from a review. You'd have to compare against that, and I have no idea what review this came from. That's the whole thing. Most of these I didn't pay any attention to where they came from. Oh, and the file name wouldn't have it either. Looks like 6 Pro. It could be. Let's see. AP Pixel 6 Pro review. Let's see if it's actually... Let's see if it pops up. Man, that gesture bar looks awfully close to that edge. Yeah, that must be the 6 Pro. Because it definitely looks the same. Is it possibly not from... There's no way it's going to be in here, is it? No. Okay, I figured those are samples. I'll give credit. At least this is a long review. Okay, it's not in the 6 Pro review. Okay. I'm not going to show you guys the inside of our CMS, but let me try searching for it real quick because it might just be under something else, but I'll see if it's in there as an image. Sure. Let's just open this up and... Okay. Searching for Pixel 6 Pro. Let's see if I can find it. In our super, super slow arable CMS. For comparison, that way I can just mentally look at it a little more clearly. Feels like this should probably pop up pretty nope, I got to the end of our list. Wonder if it's just a rate. Is it possible that's not the Pro? That really looks like the same style of photo. Could they have taken that one out of the database? I don't see why they would. Maybe I should just pull Pro out of the search. Okay, I'll pull Pro out of the search and look again. Carson's biggest critic. Yeah, no kidding. No, this is good. Okay, I love that we're looking, or I'm looking for this just so I can double check that gesture bar. Which, honestly, like, if I didn't tell somebody that this was modified, how many people would notice? I think this would very, very easily sail under the radar. No one's going to pick up on this image being fake. Or modified. Not fake, but just substantially modified. I am still scrolling through our images. which is so slow because it only loads up like, I don't know, maybe 40 at a time, and then does this long loading animation before loading more. Okay, Austin. Wait, are we almost... This has the right style. Oh, wait, did I find it? Yep, okay, found it. Oh, okay, so the gesture bar is in the right place. I left it too faded. Okay, I'm gonna open a new tab, that way it's... Yeah, okay, well, we'll see how it lines up. Here's the original. Oops. Okay, so, yeah, here's the original. As you can see, that is a very, very narrow gap. Then we hop back to my modification, which is going to be... oh, okay, so, yeah, it is a little off, but it's also too faded. I didn't darken mine up enough. But yeah, again, like, that thin little line is supposed to be there. Zoom in like that way it can move around. The thin little line above it is supposed to be there. I just screwed up on a pretty small amount. But, yeah, still, I mean, like I said, if somebody told you... oh, I also got the clock wrong. Yeah, I got the clock wrong. I think there was a reason for that. I don't know what it would have been, though. Oh, because... Oh, I remember. Because this is for a phone... Or the screenshot came from a phone with a different aspect ratio. That's right. I had to cheat to get this in. That... Oh... Yeah, because this wasn't my screenshot. This is just something that they sent us in the press materials. So I took whatever aspect ratio, whatever this was taken on, and I modified it, tweaked it a little bit so that it would at least kind of fit this phone. But yeah, there was no way that the clock and status icons were going to line up. That's why everything was off. Oh, geez. But yeah, that, you know, again, outside of it, the only way anyone's going to notice anything's wrong is if they know where everything is supposed to be precisely. And they might get kind of a hint that the clock is just in the wrong place. It's weird because I thought I had fixed the clock, but I guess not. Maybe I fixed it and used an older save by accident or something. Anyway, none of this is really important, but I'm just kind of calling it out because, like, again, The Verge reusing some hero images, it happens. So many sites do this so badly. And yeah, we're bad offenders of reusing our own images a lot. But every site does this. Every site does it a lot. It's super, super painfully common. But yeah, in an effort to keep things quote-unquote different and make them relevant, I started goofing around and doing this kind of thing pretty often. For a while, like, let's see, I think every image here... Not this one. Not the Xiaomi 12 Ultra's camera. But everything below that. Starting with Repainter, I made all of these hero images in some way, shape, or form. Like, some of them more effort than others, but I modified all of these to like replace a screen, or at least like mashed images together, some of the press images, so that they would at least look a little more interesting and not like total garbage. Yeah, just so we'd have differences. Most writers do not care. I am part of the problem, yes. I am lying to people. I am faking. I am faking it left and right. That is how this industry works. The news cannot be trusted. I'm gonna regret saying that someday. Except it is also kind of true. Oh. Anyway. So now that I have spoiled the illusion, and anytime someone sees an image from me, they're going to be wondering how much of this was ripped off from somewhere else. It's probably a good time to end. I'm just as responsible as Alex Jones. At least I'm prettier. I don't think I can do the Alex Jones voice, even if I tried. I don't think I can get down to his level of anger. Maybe I can. Is this gonna work? Can I wreck my voice and yell? Oh, seriously, no, that actually is gonna destroy me. Okay, definitely not gonna impersonate him ever again. And that's barely an impersonation attempt. I'm no better than the blue check marks. Yes, I am, because I didn't pay $8. I did not feed Elon's. I'm curious about that, actually. The one thing that hasn't been talked about, they killed the blue checkmark thing. What happened to everyone's subscriptions? Are they like, they killed the blue checkmark, at least temporarily? Did they refund people? Have they said like they're just pausing the subscription until they reestablish the blue checkmark in a few weeks? I don't get that. I'm feeling. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't refund people. That I don't believe for a second that anyone got refunds, but I'm not seeing too many people griefing Elon and Twitter over what happened to the money we paid. And considering how ravenous some people were about, like, we need our blue check marks. I'm thinking of one person in particular, like, literally got into a conversation with him on Twitter and kind of said, dude, I think you're misunderstanding what you're getting. Like, this isn't real verification. This is just an ornament on your profile now. And he was convinced, like, this gives you credibility. I mean, I'm curious what he's feeling about this, because he should be livid. And I don't think he is. But whatever. Anyway, I am curious what ends up coming of that. Like, what happens if they push back the launch, like a relaunch of Twitter Blue with supposed check marks and whatever, or minus that maybe? Like, how many people are going to be paying for? How many people paid to get that and wouldn't have paid otherwise, and then they don't get it or they only got it for like a couple of days? I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of stuff that is a bait and switch with that. Even unintentionally, it just turned out to be a screw up, but still. Oh, wait. There's a link. Punching... Yeah, I saw that. So, yeah, it's pushed back about 2 weeks. Quote, to make sure it's rock solid. Okay. Someone got stuck as a spicy chicken sandwich. Nice. That is an excellent name. But yeah, I sold people self-driving for 5 years and it's still not available. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's a little different. Like that was a vague promise of we think we'll get there. Not a literal like, here's a product, you get to have it. Just pay $8. There is a difference here. This is actually legally a crime that he has done. Yeah. So, oh, they sold that feature as like a you'll get it in the future. Like it was actually part of the pricing or something, or it was a feature that they sold with the car for something that was to come. Is that what you guys are? Because I never actually paid that close attention to it. So yeah, that is a scam. And yeah, it is technically illegal in that instance. What's happening here with Twitter Blue, that is actually outright solidly illegal, or it will be very shortly. Like there's typically you get kind of a grace period if you make some mistakes, especially if you kind of offer people some sort of reasonable redemption or compensation out of it. But yeah, very, very shortly, the fact that he promised a thing, it is a for sale, you can buy a blue check mark. The fact that a lot of people don't have it, it is straight up illegal. It is, you're collecting money for a product that was not actually sold. So yeah, there is very, very likely a room for yet another class action lawsuit. All the people who paid $8 and did not get their check marks have every right to sue him for this. So we shall see. Anyway, some people bank wired $200K for the 2020 Roadster. Jeez. Yeah, Tesla is indisputably turning into a scam too, but like their whole thing of trying to get the whole country to agree to use their charging standard, you know that that's attached to some patents. Still waiting on the Cybertruck boat. Yeah. Anyway, so thanks to my loose, brief attempt to impersonate Alex Jones and the fact that I've already been talking for a long damn time. Let's see. Clock on the stream says 5 hours minus 15 minutes for preview card and the few minutes I was away earlier. Yeah, it's been a lot of talking. My throat, it hurt. So I'm gonna go. Thank you all for coming by, hanging out, being with me for this conversation. I hope you all enjoyed it. It's been fun. For those that would like to support the channel, assuming you don't already. If you do already, thank you. You guys are awesome. You actually don't know how much it helps. Let's see. What else? Oh, yeah. If you would like to help out, down below are links to Streamlabs, Patreon, and Cash App. They work, so I'm told. Let's see. There's also, for anyone who is just finding this video, just you know, not already part of the mind space, there is a link down below for Discord. Come join the server. We do have conversations in there about all kinds of tech stuff, sometimes movies, sometimes games, and other things. Occasionally, we also dive into politics, though that's been a fairly low activity topic lately, which is weird to think because holy crap, have you guys been paying attention to the news? It sucks out there. I'm glad I don't leave my house. Anyway, so let's see. This weekend, I should be back on for some Fall Guys streaming. Carson, I assume you'll probably join me for a little bit of chaos and gravity. And so yeah, probably same normal time and schedule. I know I say this all the time, but there's a chance that I might swap in a photo edit stream because I do have some photos I need to edit, or I might do that at another time. Who knows? We'll see. But with that, thank you all for coming by. I'm glad to have you here, and I will see you in the next one. Good night, everybody.